All right, let's see. Is this working tonight? All right, testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, all the volume seems to be correct, and we seem to be live. Be sure to mention if there is something amiss. Just a second. There's one more thing that needs to change here. Yes, we're falling to our doom of an island of violent people. Typical. Alright. Waiting for advertisement 1 to be done, and now advertisement 2 is going through, and there we go. Testing. Alright, we're good to go. Greetings, one and all. Hope you are having a pleasant Saturday evening, and that you are being civil to one another. And hopefully, you are steering clear of the horrible, the awful TikTok. Well, this is the first full week of my new schedule. I am a little disappointed that it had to come to it, but it could not be avoided. We are restricted right now to the weekends for the most part. There will be occasional streams here and there that are not during the weekends, but it's going to be a big part of the time between now and summer. If you find an interest in the things that we do around here, whether it's the art, the animation, the games, the community, all I can say is that we will still be here. Keep pressing on, and if it may not be super exciting right now, believe me, there are some pretty exciting things in the making. By the way, if you are on either the YouTube or the Rumble side, I would be most appreciative if you would consider liking or disliking the video. At least if you like or dislike, it means that you're not a bot. And I prefer real over fake. So if you are there, please take a moment to like or dislike the stream. If you so desire, feel free to comment as well. You know, I had somebody ask me about somebody asked me why we focus so much on gaming, because I kind of am not a huge gamer, but yet over all this time, we kind of have become that. So why? What happened to cause this to be a big focus? Well, you can thank the previous people that I worked with for kind of sparking that. And I realized this is where interactions happen these days. Okay, I thought for certain somebody took a shot at me. Oh! I didn't mean to do that. So I realize this is where the majority of our weekly interactions happen these days. So I've made a main focus of having some sort of presence in the gaming sphere. Mostly because I think that there can be positive interactions that take place in our gaming world. And I think that we're far too often a bit hostile in our current world. Of course, I'm playing a game where the whole goal is to attack strangers. Why am I messing up so badly right now? But anyway, it is a main focus because our culture has made it a main focus. Those feel like they were bots. Kind of weird that guy went down like that. Must have been hit from another angle. Who knows? If our society was more focused on being out and about, and we were able to go and do things like play baseball or something like that, I would prefer to do that. If we were getting a chance to have a board game day, I would be more in favor of that. If we had just coffee sort of discussions over books, I would be preferred to that. But this is where our culture currently is. We play games. And so as such, I want to bring some of the sophistication of kind of a book study to things like gaming, because I want us to try and think of things higher and more sophisticated and interesting than what you would typically find inside of a game. Now, we've had some very fascinating discussions as a result. A whole lot of great discussions by actually gaming. So it has become something where I wasn't super keen on it to begin with, but it has grown on me because I realized the potential is there. That was a bail? I don't think so. These bikes are fun to ride around on. I wish I could do tricks like that in real life. You know, I tried doing tricks on bikes when I was young, and they didn't end up very well. They ended up with very badly banged up scrapes and bruises, cuts. It's pretty interesting looking. In fact, when I was so you know the saying that, hey, you gotta, your first trick you're always going to mess up, but you got to get back on your bike or get on your skateboard or whatnot and try again, right? That's a common thing that people will say. But you know what is interesting is that when I fell and banged myself up, I ended up in kind of a bad way, actually. I ended up knocking the wind out of my lungs in a very, very harsh way. It was the first time that I suddenly understood what suffocation was like. Now, if you've never had the wind knocked out of your lungs, let me describe it to you. You fall and you bang your body against the ground so hard. Well, now that's interesting. Oh well. You bang yourself so hard against something that your lungs literally collapse on you. And then your body trying to get it to open up again. And your lungs, they don't want to open up immediately. The moment you have knocked all the air out of your lungs, your body has a hard time. It's like a vacuum because it doesn't want to open. You really do need to have air in your lungs. Even if it's carbon dioxide, you have to have something in there to make it easier to breathe. But I had the air knocked out of my lungs. And suddenly, there I am on the ground, trying to get air in. And it took me about probably a good 5 minutes to finally get back to breathing normal. Now, it took me about a minute of this trying to get air, or at least it felt like a minute, trying to get air into my lungs. My father was there and trying to help me up, and he had not seen me try to do the trick in the background. He was riding his bike forward, and I had done a trick behind him. And that's how I ended up on the ground, with the wind knocked out of me. I also ended up with a scar that still had chunks of asphalt in it for years. See, I had heard people get injured and get back up. When I hit hard, because I suddenly realized something that they don't tell you. The bigger you are, the less tricks you should be doing. No, there's some truth in that. The bigger you are, the more dangerous it is to do tricks. If I was to fall down, I am going to hit the ground harder than the average person because I'm a much taller, heavier fellow. And even at a young age, I was very tall. And so when I did a trick, my center of gravity was way off from what another person would do. And so I had seen it. I had done basic practices. But then the moment that I hit the ground, I hit it so hard that I had no interest in wanting to do it again. Now, most people I know who are about my height have kind of had the same sort of experience. Oh. Okay. What am I supposed to do about this? My oh my. Okay. Greetings, Conroy. How are you doing, sir? What is going on in your life right now? There was another time when I did a trick, and it was on, well, I wasn't doing a trick, really. I was just trying to learn how to do a longboard. And in the process of my very first attempt to try and be on a longboard, and I had a teacher there, I started pressing forward, and the longboard shot out from under me. And you would think, oh, he probably ended up hitting himself on the concrete. No, I got catapulted into a drain. Badly banged up. Bleeding quite a bit. I had to have a lot of bandages. That was had not been on the longboard for more than, what was it? Something like even 30 seconds. Not 30 seconds on a longboard before it backfired on me so badly that I had to be taken inside, bandaged up, and my parents were wondering if I had broken something. Now, I'm a big, tall, strong fella. Actually, not long ago, someone needed me to move something, and it was a huge stack of tires. And I was able to go over there and budget when it took about 2 people to do the same. So I do have a lot of strength on me. But when you're fighting gravity, that becomes a huge problem. The less mass you have, the easier it is for you to rebound. For me, it proved too dangerous, actually. And so I finally tried it along board again years later. And that too did not go so well. So some people say, dust yourself off and get back up again. Well, that makes a lot of sense. But what if it's physically unwise for you to risk that? I think that I probably fell into that category for doing stunts. So that's my story with that. If Kong spawns, Godzilla is guaranteed. Ooh. Not too bad today. Seems there's a new culture war. Gamers and Gooners versus Christians. I was wondering how long that would kind of spark. You know, when I was... oh, Godzilla portal. Oh. What, is he going to suddenly appear? Okay. So, I was kind of wondering how long it would take for the people in the gaming sphere to realize that a lot of what they do is not Christian friendly. A lot of what they do is not Christian friendly. There's a reason why we try to be civil around here. Because there is so much in this world that wants us to be wicked. And if you resist that, people suddenly get very upset because you're going against their opportunity to have fun. It's one of the things that made my time with the YouTubers so very tense. I didn't even have to say anything. They suddenly couldn't stand me because, and they will always give a quote about me being a Christian. Now, I had never told them anything, but the presence was enough to really shock them. I think it's only going to get worse. I think you're probably right. It's going to cause a divide, in my personal opinion. And not a bad divide either. Out of my way, folks. Godzilla's out there, and a kitty needs to stop him. Maybe I need to team up with a monkey. Howdy there, Bastion. How you doing? Ooh. Railgun. Let me guess, this thing's good against Godzilla. And he's gone. And he's back. Quack. Now, there's a person that I met in the gaming world who was who had quite, we'll just put it this way, some pretty inappropriate values. Now, I don't profess to be a saint. Okay, I'm a man on a journey of trying to become more like my savior, a little bit at a time. I admit that there are areas that I need to work on. But there are people, oh my goodness, that guy's big. There are people that do not want to improve. Ooh. Oh, golly. Well, now, this guy is beast. Oh, come on. He's so big, how can I miss? Alright. It's actually kind of fragile when you think about it. Done a lot of damage on this fella. It's actually really hard for him to try and find other people. Uh-oh.
So that's one of his powers. When he roars, it pings everyone.
Ah, too bad he can't destroy the ground.
He can destroy buildings. And he has a laser. Yeah, well, if King Kong spawns, it's guaranteed that Godzilla spawns too, because it's like a 40 or 20% chance that King Kong spawns if Godzilla is already set to spawn on the island.
Yeah, he's destroyed the Godzilla fragment. What does this do?
It's a new medallion.
Thing's a decent damage against Godzilla. Not really a good item to have necessarily. Come back here. Alright, got the vehicle myself. Oh no, it's anime freak. Get out of here, anime freak.
The AI singer's here now.
Yeah, the AI freak. That's right. Get away from me. Huzzah. Victory. Right, swap out this weapon. That's better. And I should definitely grab that health. Oh, the crystal does heal. Nice. It's a cool idea, but it's the pink Godzilla, and guns should not bring him down. Indeed.
Yeah, they should have just brought people from Fortnite to into the movies. Could have fixed the problem real fast.
Obviously, yeah. Forget trying to utilize Kong and whatnot.
He's in the shop. How else are they going to make money?
Oh, so basically you have to get Kong to actually do any damage. Yeah, there we go.
Well, didn't he spawn on the, when you were getting into the island?
Yeah.
There's banana slippers in the shop.
Is Godzilla driving a car? He is. Oh, come on. I beat the big one of you, and I can't beat the little one. Baby Godzilla was too much for me. Well, it's because he had a guitar. Well, that was interesting.
Oh, so they made all the instruments into back blings and pickaxes.
I saw that. That is a good addition.
And any pickaxes and back things that were instruments were turned into instruments that could work in festival.
Oh, come on. You're gonna... Godzilla's on the map, and you choose that monstrosity? Terrifying. It's like mutated Godzilla. What happens when Godzilla took drugs? Oh, no, that's what happens when you eat modern food. That's it. By eating all those chemicals in the food, it makes you into that. So that's a warning to you folks. Do not eat modern food.
What was it? Red 3 or Red 9, something like that got banned. But it'll take 2 years for it to actually get banned off shelves.
Wow. You know, I've always been able to taste red food coloring, and I always hated it. And so that means I don't have to taste it any longer. Unfortunately, it means that they're probably going to stick around with something else, a new chemical. Oh my goodness. So something that Conroy said, this is an interesting thing. It really is fascinating to think about where we are going. Because there have been people like Melanie Mack who likes to pretend like she's somehow on the in-between. She's a piece of work, honestly. We always focus on civility. We focus on civility because there's consequences, honestly, for your words. And when you don't tame your words, you will end up hurting people. And she's done that a whole lot. Greetings there, Wolfie. How are you doing, sir? Hey, Jeff, how's it going? Red 40 gives me insomnia. Red 40, huh? Is that one of the other food colorings? I'm unfamiliar with that number. But by the way, how's the construction stuff going? Any good progress for you? So far too often, though, I have heard about people that they will, in terms of what Conroy was mentioning, they spend all this time trying to be like the world. And then when the world doesn't accept them, they start getting resentful. And I've noticed that with a lot of people that were trying to dance along the edge, to trying to show off that, hey, they're just like everybody else, and we can be allies, so to speak. And then they find out later on, you know, there's something so deeply different about you when you become a Christian that people that want to live their life start to feel uncomfortable around you, even if you've never said anything, because the spirit within you is different. But if you were just like everyone else, well, what's so different about you? Of course you're going to be accepted. And that's something that the YouTubers kind of realized with me. There was a guy there who was trying very desperately to be like them. It wasn't really working, but he was trying to make it work. And then there was me who didn't have to say anything, and I was seen as more confrontational, even though he was the one who was more vocal. Because it was whether or not we were trying to blend in. And that can be deeply troubling to somebody who is in the middle, or somebody who is wanting, who's wanting to live their own kind of truth in that sense. And it kind of got derailed. My dad went into the hospital last week. He is not doing well, so I've been keeping my focus on him. I'm sorry to hear that, Wolfie. I hope and pray that your father has recovery for you, and that you get a chance to be able to refocus. Maybe not on the work, maybe it's just on family, but either way, hopefully you'll get to find some good direction in this, even though it is a time of difficulties. Yes, 2 days ago, we were over on Dadman's stream, getting a chance to talk with him about the Aleutian Islands. That was a very educational experience for me. I do not know a whole lot about the Aleutians, and so I had to do hours and hours of study in preparation for that stream. Now I knew a little bit, but I realized after I studied it that I knew nothing. Now I know quite a bit about the Aleutians, and man, it is an interesting island chain. Very interesting. So if you ever want to see that, the Dadman55, you can find his video over on YouTube. It was a 3-hour-long discussion, which is more just me ranting in that sense. So if you are a fan of hearing those sorts of kind of ramblings that I have, then you will probably find that interesting. If not, well, then I'll bet it'll probably be a little much.
So they also mark the Earth spirits on the map, so you can find them easier.
Whoa! You're supposed to stop walking when you're looking at the map, buddy. Alright, so you can look at... I don't see him on the map. It's kind of interesting.
So
the map is not very
right
high
here.
resolution. Wait a minute. Ping again?
There's one right
Oh.
there.
Oh, that one. Oh, I see. My bad. Hey, that's actually a pretty good idea. Although I did like stumbling upon him.
Well, it was like at first it was 3 on the map at random places. Then they changed it to 5, and people still could not find them.
Hmm. Take this, you demon. That's right, get plastered. Shot in the face. Wait, do you even have a face? Ooh, that was close. That's right, just stand there. Don't come and attack. That would be too intelligent. Fast-firing weapons do way more against that guy. Oh, you ran away, you chicken. Poor chicken man. You cannot take the beating. Oh no, ouch. Wah! That's right, buddy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Wonderful. Hey, we got a railgun if you want it, Bastion. Then earlier today, we were over on Daramuth's stream. Now, if you've not met Daramuth before, he came over to one of our daytime streams a couple of months ago, and he invited me to go over and join him for a stream, and I've been jumping back and forth to his stream every now and again. Sometimes he comes over here, not very often during the evenings though. Well, I was invited to go back over for the second time earlier today, and you can find that over on Rumble. Now, we took some time to talk about a variety of subjects, including some of the challenges of being on Rumble, and but we also took time to talk about the TikTok ban. And one of the things that we got to discuss earlier today was the fact that it's not a question of freedom of speech only. Now, you are going to hear a lot of people ranting, and in fact, there's some evil people right now, showing how much brainwashing TikTok has done to people. They have actively gone out and tried to share sensitive government information over TikTok. Over the new platform, Red Note, is a big insult to America. They're compromising our national security because they're upset that their app is no longer there. That just goes to show how messed up some of the TikTokers are. But is there a freedom of speech argument there? Yes. But did you know there are more than just the First Amendment? There are other amendments that you have to take into account. There's a freedom of search and seizure. You should not have your information or any of your property seized by the government, unless it's a moment of war. You're not allowed to take from somebody, even if you are the government or a spy or whatnot. You're not allowed to take anything, and you are allowed to prosecute the government if they so violate that. AI check. Over the edge. Oh no. Somebody else is here. I gotta run. This is bad. AI chick is dangerous. That was close. So it's a question also of, does somebody have the ability to seize your information? Now, if it's Facebook, you can actually sue Facebook for violating its terms of... Oh, wow. Oof. For violating the rights of Americans. You can sue them for that. You cannot sue TikTok because they're controlled by the CCP. They're outside our sphere of control. As such, you have to be careful, because there have been some bad things that TikTok has done. And it's not just sensitive information. Oh, what are they going to know about? That I had another pizza when I shouldn't have had another pizza? Or are they going to find out that I have some inappropriate stuff? No, it's actually way worse. See, the CCP has their own police stations around the world to enact their own laws. They're illegal, but they still operate. They're still around. And there are people in Australia who have been abducted in this manner, using apps like TikTok to track them. And then they just disappear, and they end up in China, where they then face a 99% conviction rate. Most of the people, well, as I understand, all the people that were at the Hong Kong protests a couple of years ago, I saw a report that all of them have been arrested or are dead. And it is as a result, in part, to TikTok unveiling their location to the CCP. They were in no man's land. They should have been protected because they were still under they were still a self-governing country at that moment. And then the CCP announced to the world that they are not. So when I hear people complain about TikTok, it's ridiculous to me. It's childish, what it is. Because the situation is severe. This is a very bad situation. And the worse... Actually, let's go over here. It's new. The worse that things get, the more clear it's going to become for everybody. But right now, we're in that moment of where people know there's a problem, but we don't know how to convey that to people. You know why? Most of the stuff that has happened that's bad, most Americans don't know about or are not willing to understand. It's really discouraging, honestly. There's so many people willing to sell out their own country for an app. Take this! Try and attack me with a pickaxe, will ya? A bold prediction. Look at these big feet. Dinosaur was here. By the way, folks, what TikTok can do with its ability to track and manipulate and control and to brainwash, that's one of the big reasons why I'm so concerned about AI. AI does all of this without our knowing. It got fed a massive amount of data. And we're just supposed to smile about it and say, oh, well, it's necessary for progress. I expect there is going to be a lawsuit one day about the amount of data that was fed into this machine. Because you can actually start to ask an AI very personal questions if you turn off all the restrictions on the AI. Yeah. Suddenly you can ask the AI about some very bad things. What is the person's blood type? Oh, why? Why does the blood type matter? Because there are genetic weapons being developed. The CCP has been working on them, and they're still theoretical right now. But they are, it's a theory that is like, that's kind of like nuclear technology. People knew back in the day that nuclear technology was possible. They just didn't know how to crack the code. And no, it was not E equals MC squared. That's not how they figured it out. It was actually through trial and error. That is how they figured it out.
There's an earth spirit up there.
Ew, dandy. Okay, Bread Dog, what have you got? Nothing I want. At least you're not fighting people anymore. What are you doing here, Jonesy? Sure, I'll take that. So genetic warfare is something on the horizon. And it's as terrifying, well, it's even more terrifying than nuclear technology. See, a nuke has the ability to do some really nasty damage across a very large space. What if I was to tell you that there was a way, if you understood the genetic makeup of somebody, to create a weapon that can target them in a manner that is similar. Oh, I see those people. In a manner that is similar to a virus. A virus that only targets certain types of people. That is a theory out there that is actually well-founded. We just can't crack the code, thankfully. But it does exist. What was that sound?
I think that's the music when you find a new location.
Yeah, that was it. Right there, he's across there. Oh no. Oof, that's unfortunate. It's getting away. But this idea of a genetic weapon has been a long time in the making. And it's very likely it's not going to work the way people intend. But it does seem to have the signs of being able to work better than the doubters believe it will, because it's not been tested yet. But there is something that happened with coronavirus that made me have a double take at this. Do you know that coronavirus impacted people with smoking worse than the average person? Well, it turns out that there are some illnesses that can actually hurt you that are, well, unfortunately, designed to target a weakness. Now, if you're the CCP and you suddenly have access to everyone's sensitive information, well, you know what? That's a really bad situation, because that means that they have the ability, theoretically, to start gene targeting you. There's actually, what was it? Mission Impossible that made a story around this concept. And I thought it was a joke. It's like, oh yeah, of course that will never happen. And now I'm like, oh my goodness, this actually could theoretically happen? Pretty bad stuff, honestly. Greetings, Flusta. Nah, we don't do that around here. I'm a casual streamer when it comes to this sort of stuff. It's mostly for me to get a chance to have discussions and rant into the void, you could say. Much appreciated for the follow. I just saw a follow on the Rumble side. I missed that, so my apologies. Just do a thumbs up or something so I can know who it was that actually did that. But much appreciated. Hopefully you find something of merit around here that is worth your time. By the way, for those that are new to this area, I am an artist, animator, and storyteller in the making. My goal is not to play games, is to figure out how to tell life lessons, or help to figure out some geopolitical questions or oh, phooey, that didn't turn out so well. Or to figure out some things that are philosophical or talk about things that are theological. That's the main focus of these sorts of games. It's nothing more than kind of like twiddling your thumbs, you could say, while you're getting a chance to do something else, like talk and have bonding times or have discussions like this. So if there was the possibility of having targeted gene warfare, why does TikTok matter? Why is that make things like that more possible? Well, because TikTok, and now this is not just a gene warfare. I just say that because I want to give an example. TikTok has TikTok challenges, right? Do you know a lot of those things are designed to test something, to kind of do like a survey? What if they were trying to figure out how many people are dumb enough to put a Tide Pod in their mouth? Gee, does that sound familiar? What if they're trying to test out how many people are able to perform a certain amount of athletic performances? What if they're trying to figure out how likely it is you're going to get injured if you're told to do something for the sake of it? What if they're testing your stupidity? What if they're testing your resolve? What if they ask you a question about, list your top favorite celebrities of all time, or tell us your favorite types of foods? Do you know there's always like another reason for them to ask that? It's not just for engagement. Do you think the CCP needs money? They don't need money. Golly, they can print money out of thin air. They have the digital yuan. They have the ability to create something out of the blue for the fun of it. They also have the ability to tax their people severely. So, they don't need the money. They don't need the engagement. What they want is information. Information that is sensitive enough to compromise you. Oh, show us where you work. Show us your morning routine. Maybe it's because they're trying to figure out who is a part of a government program so they can target you. And these are not theoretical things. There's a lot of people who've been starting to realize this stuff is very, very real. I think that's one of the main reasons why our government became so adamant about getting rid of TikTok. Because I think it finally clicked that this is what they're doing. People have been warning for a long time that these sorts of things could be happening, or in some cases, we suspected that they were. That's the tough part about being a leader. Now, I'm not a fan of a lot of our leadership. I admit that. But you know, they still have a responsibility. They have to help protect the people of the country. If they don't, well, they have violated their most important obligation. So as such, they had to get rid of it because the information about it was too obvious at that point. We had to get rid of it. So sure, you may be upset about it. You may know people that are upset about it, but it had to happen. And I know Trump said that he's going to look to try and reinstate it or whatnot. I don't believe it. I believe that he's just not been briefed about it just yet. I think once he understands, he's going to change his tune. I do believe that because he's fairly open to it, but it's because he hasn't been on the receiving end of a lot of the bad things that have taken place. And so I think he will change his mind within the week, in my personal opinion. Greetings, Jared Thorne. How are you doing, sir? Find out Monarch's secret. Pickle juice? Ugh. Oh, this is disgusting.
Oh yeah, summers around here. There's a doodle of a peely, but as a pickle. But I'm not looking forward to that.
A doodle of a peely as a pickle. Ugh.
The banana. Just kidding.
I'm doing well. How have you been? Well, I've been doing decent. Earlier today, we were over on Daramuth's stream, and that went well. It was about a 3-hour stream. One with Dadman was also 3 hours from last Thursday. So I've been this last week I've been a guest on many streams right now. It's kind of weird to do actually because I haven't done that in a long time. I did that a lot more back when I was doing more daytime sort of stuff and people had an interest in wanting me to be around, but that really hasn't been a main focus for a lot of my weekly activities as of late. Probably for the best, but it is kind of interesting to kind of realize that there's that as well. Oh, wait a minute. Is this it right here, Bastion? Is this what you're referring to? A Peely type character?
No, that just looks like a pickle, and then that just looks like a kappa. No, it's like doodled somewheres.
Oh, I see.
Oh no, it's that bird thing. I think the gasoline place bought this place out.
Oh. Guess they need pickles for their chickens.
Well, I think they just sell it at the gas station. Put a higher price on it. Say it's more convenient.
Cap pickles. Delicious. Not. I'm not a fan of many types of pickles. I do enjoy some pickles, but they gotta be more simple. And the ones that have too many spices just set me off. Oh, here's that fella. Have this hunting rifle, sir. Is it delicious, nutritious, high in fiber and iron? Blah. Oh, come on. You gave me that? Never mind.
This looks so OSHA safe. It's a forklift, raising a forklift, raising a box.
Oh. Yeah. I'm coming on over to your area. My son will be 18 Wednesday, but gonna be nasty winter weather, so gonna spend today doing stuff with him. Nasty winter weather? Wait a minute. You're saying that winter is nasty? Oh yeah, look at this.
Also,
Oh, look at that.
I guess the people on island really like King Kong.
It's kind of funny to think about because the Japanese prefer Godzilla and Americans prefer King Kong.
When he's not destroying the island or their cities.
Yeah. Nasty winter weather. Can't believe it. Poor winter weather. Didn't do anything to him. Fire mask for you if you want it. And no swimming in the pickle vat. Ah, interesting. I disregard the rules.
Godzilla crossing sign.
I'm coming out there. Godzilla crossing sign. Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah, just gotta be careful.
It is when you get freezing rain on the Gulf Coast. Have you ever seen rednecks drive on ice? I have, and it is a terrifying thing because rednecks do not have the ability to be cautious, to put it that way. Still can't believe you'd call winter weather nasty. Poor winter weather. No, mess that
I'm
up.
freezing, and it's only 40 degrees here.
Oh. $40 degrees.
And then in the southern hemisphere, it's summer over there, something like that.
Honestly, they suck when it's sunny and dry too. Think these are bots. Super powerful pistol. Pistol of doom. So just curious if does anybody here, well, did anybody, because, you know, it started getting closed down. Did anybody here have a TikTok? Now, I only went to the website once when somebody shared a link and before I knew what it was. And I never got an app of it, though. I was very careful about it. Something about it just troubled me. And, oh, that guy was trying to heal me, and I did that to him. That was not very nice. Oh, look at that. Godzilla's got a peely in his hand. He wants to eat the banana. Yummy. In King Kong's tummy. Yep. But I opened up TikTok and I realized something's off about this, and so I avoided it and thought, well, I don't need to have it. But I found out that some people were like had accounts and they thought that somehow it was like was the only place doing shorts. I'm like, no, there's other people doing shorts too, other platforms doing shorts. Oh no, not Godzilla.
Yeah, I just remembered why I don't play Battle Royale that much. It was showing me at full health while I was down.
Oh. That's unfortunate. I should have let off with a sword. Never had a TikTok, not made for my age bracket. Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of people that it was not made for, and I was definitely in that list of people it was not made for, but it's not because of age, it's more because of personality. Well, somebody was mentioning about this on the news. He was saying, "Oh, I hope they don't get rid of TikTok." He was an old fella, because you know, there's a lot of great things you can learn on TikTok. I learned how to fix my sink with TikTok. Yeah, you can do the same thing with YouTube. You can do the same thing with Facebook. You can do the same thing with X. What's so different about TikTok? Oh, well, yeah, but wait, you can do it elsewhere? They were so dense. And honestly, I wish that people wouldn't.
Of it was like, I think the biggest defense of it was TikTok jobs, and oh, think about all the people that are going to lose their jobs.
Oh yeah, that was so funny.
Opportunity.
Oh, there have been people on X complaining about that. And some people pretending like it's about freedom of speech when honestly, it was because they were trying to get their personal business up and running with it. Oh my goodness. So tacky. It's like, you think that those of us who are more tech savvy haven't seen you posting some very strange things beforehand? You were obviously in it for the money. You weren't doing it. You weren't supporting it because you believe in free speech. You just don't understand that you're relying upon a tyranny to make your living. Sounds like a dirty old man that likes to watch half-naked teens dancing. I will not put it past that as being a possibility. But, you know, that's actually one of the reasons why I stopped using Facebook, because I started getting fed an algorithm of very inappropriate stuff. I have not been using Instagram as much as I used to because of the exact same thing. The only place that has actually stopped posting it as much is X. But they're posting other things that are just as bad. So it's like, the only place that I really like is YouTube. That's the only place that I'm like a big fan of. And YouTube has its problems. I don't know what to make of it. There's so many problems on all these platforms. It's one of the reasons why I'm trying to build my own website. Well, not trying, I did build my own website. I'm just trying to figure out how to best utilize it. And hopefully we'll figure that out as this winter comes to an end and as the spring begins. Irashimase! Uh-oh. Save the squid. Come back here and pay for that. Oh, come on. That time to reload. Oh, yeah, sure. Do your little dance. Aren't you so special? There's a lot of good people playing today. But TikTok users...
I think it's because they want to play as Godzilla.
Ah,
There's
yes.
only 40% chance of it spawning, so they're trying.
Yeah. I think probably one of the biggest reasons why I'm so upset at TikTok, though, is because we have known for a long time it has been a weapon against people that have been wanting freedom. And we've been conveniently looking the other way because we don't want to address it. We're like, nope, we don't want to have to deal with that. Why would we want to deal with that? Just let the CCP do their own things. We don't want to get involved. Yeah, well, you know what? Eventually, you're going to have to face it, though, that the CCP has been weaponizing our culture and causing as much pain as possible. And we've been looking the other way. And now we're paying the price. We have allowed the CCP to be in our culture too long. And now the damage is really hard for people to deal with because we've become addicted to it. I'm so far behind on this battle pass this season, says Jared Thorne.
Yeah, that was the main complaint at the beginning of this chapter, is that they nerfed a lot of the ways you could get XP because of how the new membership works. It's now an actual subscription rather than you getting all the benefits off the first time.
That's unfortunate.
I think I broke it a little bit. I'm not supposed to have Godzilla, but somehow I do.
Wait, what? You have Godzilla?
Yeah, so I think I broke the membership thing.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
I think it's because there was this thing where if you buy the battle pass, just the battle pass, the normal one, for 1,000, within 14 days you get buy the membership, then you'll get a refund for it. I didn't know this, so I just thought I'd keep the battle pass. Actually, after those 14 days, you buy the membership, but then when the membership stops, you'll still have the battle pass.
Ah.
In case you didn't finish it, or something like this, where Godzilla is just appeared on the island, or is now unlockable after a month of playing.
I'm surprised there aren't more bugs that take place, because they do so many updates. Take that, you firecracker. Oh no! Anime freak. No! Another one. Run, lizard man. She's right behind you. You can take down that villain. I believe in you. Nicely done. There's another person with a sword coming down to you. Phooey.
They should really make the bubble resistant against the swords. They're just too strong this season. Especially duo.
super
yeah,
bubble.
so I think I broke the membership because in those 14 days, you get the membership, you get a refund on your battle pass. I got it December 1st. And then I got the membership December 14th. So I think it overlapped a bit. So it thinks that with the subscription ended, I don't have the battle pass, but I'm still getting the rewards.
That's peculiar. I wonder what their proper procedure is to try and correct stuff like that, or if they even will bother.
Well, yeah, probably not. But I was gonna get the membership again next week so that I could get the next battle pass for the next season. Basically, what I was doing before they started doing the subscription. Did it every 2 months because with one pass you could get the next month's skin as well. So when this month started, I got this guy.
Oh.
And if I was still a member and the next month started, there's this avocado style for him.
Avocado style. You know, avocado is one of those weird things where I'm surprised that it is as popular as it is these days. I like avocado, it's a good flavor, but I'm surprised at the almost like addiction we have to it as a culture. It's very interesting to watch.
I was gonna say it uses up a lot of water, but that's almonds in California.
They both take a lot of water. I know avocados are very water heavy. They've tried to grow them in places that they shouldn't because they don't get enough rainfall, and it has been soaking up the water out of the ground so quickly. And soaking up the water is not a bad thing. It's only a bad thing if if you're a replacement, if you're taking it away from the area, because otherwise the water leaves the area and then it never gets replenished. So if you were farming it and you lived on land, then it's not disappearing. Yeah, all they need is more fire, apparently.
Yeah, and then you can toast the walnuts, or no, almonds.
I've been curious to see how much damage the fires have been doing, because I saw something recently that makes one think that maybe. Yeah, big freaking monkey.
So that means if we survive the first 2 circles, the portal will spawn, and whoever enters it first gets it to be Godzilla. And I think you only get about 2 minutes if you don't get shot.
Only 2 minutes? Well.
Yeah, they're trying to avoid what they did with Doom, where if you got it, you basically won the game.
Yeah, that was way ridiculous. I never got to beat Doom, too.
Well, you did for like a couple seconds.
Yeah, as I was dying. That was so ridiculous. Oh, that was close. Come back here. There we go. Wonderful. Greetings, Enigma. Enigmatic. How are you doing? Been a bit. How's it going? It's going fine. Been getting prepared to render out the animation I've been working on for the last couple of weeks now. And I've been going back to full-time at work, so I'm not streaming as much as I used to. That will be the case until this summer when I go back to my regular scheduled programming, you could say. How things been with you and your family? The other day I was doing a talk on another guy's channel, Dadman Walking, and we were talking about the Aleutian Islands. And so I had to do a bit of research on it, and I found out some really interesting things about it that I did not know. It's always great to learn something new about the state. And one of the things I learned is that there's actually an island with mummies on it, apparently. And that is in the collection of islands of the Four Mountains. That was actually quite surprising to me. I did not know that we had... Uh-oh. Portal's opening. I want to go to Godzilla. I want to be Lizard.
It's all the way across the map.
But I want to be Lizard. Well, fine.
You shoot the lizard.
We can leave that lizard nonsense to Zuckerberg. All right, I'm about done being chief. Gonna be putting a bunch of time into outdoor videos for YouTube. Well, I hope that it goes well. Outdoor videos for YouTube is going to be about like what sort of outdoor stuff? Is it going to be stuff about outdoor survival? Is it going to be about living in the far north? What does that entail? Because of course there's a lot of stuff you can cover. But it's good that you're able to give your time to being able to do that role of leadership. A lot of people really want to be leaders, but not a lot of people want to actually, go about actually being the leader and having to deal with all the challenges. And so when people do step up, it does mean a lot. Even if people don't always...
But how else are you going to tell people to throw out the trash?
Yeah, something like that. Oh, I'm going to give him a railgun. It's probably going to be a really good trade.
So it's random.
Watch it be a white pistol.
No, it's always going to be an upgrade.
That is not an upgrade.
That's why I said it was random. It's an upgrade in quality, it's just not the gun.
Too bad it's not in the same class.
Yeah, I always thought it was, but then I gave him a pistol and got like an SMG, so it's just completely random.
After last update is now random. Yeah, the oh, he had to fight the. Oh golly, that hurt. That hurt. Ouch. Here he comes. Get him, Bastion. Get him. No. Man, that guy hit hard. Man, this is tough.
I definitely need a better computer. Every time I click, my crosshairs on his head and just it always freezes at that frame and doesn't register.
That's a frustration, all right. There was a long time that I did not have a very good machine when I was playing games with friends back at college, and I finally did get an upgrade. And turns out that one of the parts just was not designed to really work well with the games that we were playing as a group, and so I always had some struggle with it. And now, even though I have a very expensive machine, it still is not game friendly. That's why I'm on the lowest graphics. Oh man. Before the update, it seemed to drop a legendary weapon of the same type. I was going to say, I thought that's what happened, or at least maybe I just was lucky enough to get that.
No, I think it was random the whole time.
Yeah, so I guess I was just lucky in the past.
Or just turned pistols into SMGs for whatever reason.
So I guess I'll only give it garbage items. While it loads up, I'm going to get myself some more water. Be right back. It has been hilarious to me over the last few hours, the number of people on X weeping and sobbing basically over their TikTok account being inactive. Oh my goodness, so funny. Because to quote the China show, TikTok had the ability to avoid this. They intentionally were giving the information over. They were told, if you want to operate in this country, you cannot give information back to the CCP. And they were caught multiple times doing it. And they're like, this is your last warning. Okay, now it's your last warning. And they kept doing it over and over again because it's a CCP propaganda tool for tracking. And so for all the people that are complaining about, oh, how dare the government get rid of TikTok? It was abusive. It was a horrible, evil app. And so I find it just absolutely hilarious, all the people that are kind of proving why it had to disappear. It is mind-numbing how many people are willing to sell out their own country in order to try and keep a social media app that does basically the same thing as all the others. I mean, you want to talk about a propaganda tool? That is proof it was propaganda. The fact that it is...
Well, it was basically...
Yeah.
It was basically one of the first types to do that, but then the rest copied it.
Mm-hmm. But the fact that there are other ones out there... Well, actually, it wasn't even the first. It was actually the... Vine was the first. It was the first one, though, to take it to the next level.
Yeah, I think they're from the same company, or people who made it, they just got bought. by the Chinese.
Maybe it got bought. I did hear recently that apparently Vine still exists. I'm not so sure about that one, but someone was talking about that recently.
I think it was the Chinese version of Vine, which I think they were the same. Still exists.
Maybe.
Yeah, I started hearing that a bunch of teenagers started calling 911 because of TikTok being gone.
What? Oh, man. I mean, the most troubling one is the ones that where they're like military people and they're like, hey, you know what? We're so angry, we're going to go to Red Note and or Mao's Little Red Book app, and we're going to give away American secrets because we're so upset. You're intentionally going to giving information, sensitive information, to the CCP, who openly says that they want to fight America openly. And you want us to think that somehow we're the people that want to have this app removed are somehow the bad guys, because you do not sabotage each other like that. If China could, they would attack the world, and they would annihilate everybody if they could. They're doing it systematically in their country. They are doing this. It is well documented, and people were denying it for a long time. So I want to hear like, oh, well, that's not actually true. That's American propaganda. They're literally doing a systematic genocide in their country. And so all these TikTokers, man, it should have happened years ago, but I'm glad it took this long to happen, because now we all can see what was actually going on in their minds about all the damage that actually was done. So this will probably never happen again, thankfully. Probably. There's always a chance. I mean, people love to repeat the past, but hopefully it will not be as
so
bad.
The next thing is Tencent, and just how many gaming companies Tencent has.
Yes, now that is a bad company, which, by the way, we're playing a game that is basically owned by Tencent right now. So yeah, it's that's going to be a sensitive one, and the government's going to have to come to terms with that one. Man, could you imagine the outcry when that happens?
I think Winnie the Pooh and Tiananmen Square is banned in Marvel Rivals.
Yes.
Can't say that in the chat.
But you can say that you hate America. You can say how terrible America is and whatnot, but you can't say anything about beloved leader Xi Jinping.
Well, we weren't talking about him. We were talking about Winnie the Pooh.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. Yes.
Disney, which owns Marvel.
Yes, Winnie the Pooh. Yeah, we should say Winnie the Pooh and Piglet and Tigger, and how Pooh wants to make sure that all the honey is systematically distributed evenly among all of the creatures of the 100-acre woods, and how he must be praised and worshipped and put on a plaque in the middle of the 100-acre woods. By the way, that is one of the last things in Xi Jinping's reign that he has not been able to do, is to actually have people start praying to him, basically. But everything else he's basically done.
So this demon isn't evil anymore.
Isn't? Wait a minute. Oh, the mask is dead. Yeah, take that, you evil mask. Alright, now you are good? Okay, well, that's interesting. I don't trust it. Oh, you can walk right through it because it was a ghost.
I think we should leave this storm.
Yeah, it's gonna... Yeah, we got a distance to go.
So I think you just buy the medallion from her now.
You can?
I think so. The people that were here got the medallion, and she's still there.
Ah. There are a lot of people who I would be curious to see an official government research team investigate how many people were actually harmed by TikTok. Like, just people that lost their lives, not people that were damaged psychologically. The people that just lost their lives as a result of TikTok. I personally think is way higher than anyone realizes. I am deeply suspicious. And why do we need to have a government investigation for it? Why can't it be someone else? Well, because a lot of the things that you would have to try and research are things that only the government would have access to. A database that is like basically spy level of trying to figure out what happened. Because I think that number is staggeringly high. Not just the people that poison themselves in order for the challenges, but do you know there's kids that actually suffocated? I think somebody actually died doing like the one chip challenge. Do you remember when that was like the big thing? Oh, take the one chip challenge by Taco Bell or whatever it was, and someone with a horrible reaction to it took it. And just because they wanted the fame, and they ended up suffocating and swelling up. That apparently happened twice, but I think only one of them perished. I can't remember. Greetings there, Jess. Have you looked at the shop today? Says Jess. I have not. I'll have to do that on our next journey into the shop. Oh, golly. No, come on. Got stuck in the menu. Dang nabbit. That's the second time today that something like that has happened. Where I'm in the menu and that's when I get targeted. But there was, I remember seeing, there was somebody who was sharing stuff on TikTok. And they were going around intentionally trying to infiltrate things that were sensitive. Now, it was things like get into areas that were restricted, things like that. And I gotta wonder, how many times has the CCP intentionally tried to get people to go to sensitive government locations just to be a part of a challenge? You gotta wonder. And then you gotta wonder what sort of data, since they have control over your camera and your phones, the camera on your phones and your data location and whatnot. How easy is it to be able to track somebody and get sensitive information in that way? How How possible is that? I deeply suspect they have a very detailed map of our country and of some very dangerous areas. All those drones that people have been seeing over the country as of late. Now, there's a good chance that they are our own drones. Very good chance. But what if they're not? What if the CCP is testing because they already have a detailed map of the entire country? And all they have to do is tell the drones to strike areas where TikTok has identified as being vulnerable targets. And it's not just TikTok. There are other apps too. I think that we have about 10 apps right now that we need to start investigating and banning at the same time. One of them is an app that a Chinese CCP official tried to get me to download to my phone. It was their official Chinese email. Now, I made an account because I didn't know what this thing was initially. I made an account not for my phone, but for a desktop. And, it wasn't long before I realized something's off about this thing. And so I didn't use it more than a few communications with my Chinese tutors, but that was it. But, golly, it is actually kind of freaky when you realize that all these apps that they have made are out there. But TikTok was like the undercover one. It was hard to tell if it was friendly or not friendly. And now we have, beyond a shadow of a doubt, knowing that yes, it was indeed unfriendly. The better question is, says Jared Thorne, if the drones aren't ours, why is our government not shooting them down? You know, that is a question I have been wondering ever since the Chinese balloons went over top of the country. The fact that we were not willing to shoot them down says that we don't understand enough to make an informed decision. Personally, that's what I think. I think it's that our country literally didn't have the intel to act. I don't know if that's actually the case, but I deeply suspect that might have been. And if so, by putting the balloons over top the country and knowing that we wouldn't shoot it down, it'd be very easy for them to put drones out for weeks and without us actually doing anything. We're so paranoid about crossing over the edge and that we will not do anything. Now, I think that's for the best. I don't think that we should be confronting China militarily. Not because I think we'll lose or anything, but I don't want to give them reason to ramp up their military. They're already struggling culturally with a great many things. They cannot keep up with all of the things that are going wrong with their nation. So I think that we need to just stand down a little bit. Let them implode, kind of like the Soviet Union. They are going to implode. Actually, they've already started. Take that, Anonymous. But let's play out this idea. Let's think for a moment that maybe, just maybe, those drones are U.S. drones that are just secret. You know, some of the descriptions of the drones are pretty suspicious. It seems very much like it could be U.S.-made drones, and we just don't think about it a whole lot. Oh, darn it, it's so far away. Dagnabbit. Well. No Godzilla. So if the drones are ours, why would we want our nation to think that they're not? Same reason why we want people to think that they're aliens, which do not exist. I know some people are like, oh, aliens do exist. What are you doing being such an unbeliever? Because I cannot believe that with all of the time that people have had to try and prove that aliens exist, that we still somehow don't have any actual proof other than, honestly, a bunch of nonsense that people claim as evidence when in reality all it is the same old proof that people have been doing over and over again. There is no proof, and every time people, quote, find a way to prove it, all they have done is shown that they're just finding new ways to try and scam us. And the quality keeps going up. Because in the end, our government doesn't want us to know what they're working on. They'd rather have us believe that it is aliens than have us know that they're making something that is actually very sophisticated. You know, back a couple of decades, people claimed to see V-shaped planes in the sky, V-shaped alien ships that were in a wedge. Well, years later, it finally came out that we had the stealth bomber. That, I don't think that was meant to be known. I think it was meant to be a mystery for people. And lo and behold, the news got out and we had to acknowledge it. That thing had been operating for some time, and we just started to understand that it was there. Uh-oh. I remember talking with a friend back at college, and he was convinced that aliens existed. How could they not? I mean, the galaxy is so big. How could they not exist? Now, for a lot of people, that is proof enough. That's all they need to know. For somebody else, that's not good enough news. That's not good enough proof about it. And I gotta say, the more I learn about the universe, the more skeptical I become that aliens could exist or ever existed. The universe was intentionally made incredibly hostile. And I think that was by design. We are on an island in the middle of a gigantic ocean of space. Oh, there's Godzilla over there. Just barely poking up over the ridge line. Bad dinosaur. Oh, there's the Kong hand. I wonder if there's anything over here worth seeing. I meant to do that. So, extraterrestrial life, I do not believe is ever going to happen. Elon Musk wanting to put mankind on Mars, I gotta say, there is a possibility that could happen, but I don't think it's going to actually work. I think it will be like the moon missions. You go there, but you're not able to stay there. Why do I think that? Because when I look at scripture, I do not see us leaving Earth. Now, there's one reference that is given in a prophecy where it mentions that the moon will be turned to blood. And some people have theorized that could mean that there is a battle that takes place on the moon. Or that it's just a optical illusion that takes place, like some people have seen in the past. That's probably more likely. But no one back in the olden days thought that we'd ever reach the moon. I gotta say, I'm not one to doubt the moon landings, but the fact that we can't get back to it really makes me suspicious. And the more time that passes and we keep talking about Mars and we're not yet back on the moon, let me put it this way. If we are not on the moon in another 5 years, I'm going to officially become a moon landing doubter. Because Elon Musk talking about getting to Mars, I think is a lie. I think he knows it's a lie. And he is blindly trying to get us there. I know I've gone off on a rabbit trail, but this is actually worth bringing up because the more I think about it, the more frustrated I'm getting with it. Because when I first learned about the space race, I found it fascinating. I thought that, hey, we are actually going to become space travelers, just like in Star Wars. It may take a long time, but we'll eventually get there. And then there was more things that I would start looking into about the past and how people think and scams that have happened throughout history. And, you know, the more I'm getting wary that humans are the same throughout the ages. And I see us as sometimes saying that we're going to do something and then forging something just to make sure that it kind of happens. Oh, look, we have proof that something's possible. And what they're actually doing is trying to get people to be encouraged to keep pressing on. Where's your friend? Talk! By the way, that's a reference to Toy Story, for those that don't know. Or did they find something on the moon that makes them afraid to go back? I've heard that theory before as well. If we are not on the moon, you mean all of us or just us on the stream? I don't really want to go to the moon. I mean, what is there to do up there? I mean, I don't golf. Hey, you know, the chance of getting a hole-in-one is really high up there. Now, I don't want to try and make this into a conspiracy theory sort of scenario, but I want to ask this question. If our nation actually did have people on the moon, and I'm not saying that we didn't, but I'm saying if that happened, shouldn't it be like super easy to make it happen again? I mean, we are within living memory of the people that did it. Uh-oh. Wait. Oh. How did Bastion get way over there? Okay. Operation Save the Duck. The world called for a hero, and said they got me. All right. Operation Save Duck from becoming dinner may commence. Ooh. Come on. Come on. It's not good. Oh, golly. That was close. It was very, very close. Whoa, come on. Man, people are really good right now. It's the one problem of updates. It always brings out the pros. The dude literally said, "We lost the technology." What does that even mean? I know, isn't that weird? A generation that was like documenting everything to like the most minute detail. We still have nuclear technology, and we don't have the same technology to have a system to get people into space. I mean, correction. We can get people into space. We just can't get them to the moon. Oh no.
I think it's because they found out that the moon was made out of cheese. And since the last time, it's been spoiled. So.
Oh, that's it. You can't eat spoiled cheese. You can get a tummy ache. Or maybe it's the fact that they know that light exists. If they went back to the moon, she would eat the moon. Oh, come on. What's up with all these Godzillas? Dagnabbit. Man. I never doubted the moon landing until he said that. Yeah. Our leaders have done a great job of making people skeptical. Absolutely. Isn't that weird? We now live in an age where so much doubt has come about, and we have to start doubting things that we learned in school. Oh man, this is tough. Go! Well, you're alive, Bastion. Operation Save Duck was a success. The moon was fine until someone walked on it. Who wants to eat cheese that's been stepped on? One small step ruining my sandwich. Is what it was. Exactly, BR Jason. Now, if I was to go back and tell friends, relatives, teachers that I'm now a moon landing skeptic, there are a lot of people that would be saying, what sort of nonsense have you been listening to? And I'd say, I'll tell you what nonsense I've been listening to. I've been listening to our leaders, the ones who are saying that we literally lost the technology. When we were taught it in school, being told that an entire agency existed to get us to the moon. Now I want you to ask yourself this question. If you are an atheist, what is the most terrifying thing that can happen? It's that a cataclysm takes place on the Earth. A meteor hits. The sun explodes. There's an alien invasion. Those are the most terrifying things to people. In fact, who was it? Hawkins who mentioned that in his last years, that the thing he feared the most was alien invasion, believing that we had broadcasted our signal into the universe, and now a predatory civilization was coming for us. You know, that was the thing that he was the most scared of in his last days. So if you're an atheist, that's the most scary thing to you. That the universe is populated, or that it's not populated, and that you're not going to have any help, or that you're all alone, or that a cataclysm can happen and you won't have a chance to save humanity. I mean, listen to Elon Musk. He's been talking about trying to save humanity and whatnot, and like, hey, we need to get off this planet. He thinks somehow he can save humanity by leaving Earth. Oof. Well, good try there, Bastion. Man, Godzilla is everywhere.
Yeah, I have to go now. I'm getting yelled at.
Huh. I understand. Well, thanks for participating, Bastion. Sorry we weren't able to get some victories, but have a pleasant evening, sir. See you next time. So let me explain this a little bit more clear now that that round is over. If you are an atheist, the most terrifying thing to you is that the world could end and you could have saved it. If you're a Christian, you believe that your ability to protect the world is minimal, because in the end, God is the one that's protecting the world. Why has there not been a cataclysmic event that has destroyed humanity? Because God has his hand of protection on us. And one day he will pull back that protection, and we are going to experience devastation. That will be what happens in Revelations. Now, if you believe that God is watching over us, there's no need to try and flee. But there's every reason for somebody who doesn't believe in God to want to flee. So you gotta wonder, if we actually got to the moon, what is the reason to go back? The reason for them to go back is to prepare us to become an interstellar civilization. We're never going to get there, okay? It's never going to happen. All those people promising the moon, I think, are liars, so to speak. Now, whether or not we landed on the moon, let's look at the evidence. If we landed on the moon, we should be able to see the landing zone from a telescope, right? I mean, we're able to zoom in on a minute spot of deep space and photograph galaxies that are so small that you cannot see them from Earth. They don't even show up. It's just a black void. That's how detailed our telescopes can be. So if our telescopes are that good, which I do believe our telescopes are that good, how come we can't zoom in on the moon and see the landing zone? Shouldn't we be able to see something, because there's no wind on the moon? There shouldn't be anything to cover up the structures, right? Does make you wonder. Promising the moon, yeah. Precisely. So, shouldn't we be able to take a photograph of that? Dispel all of this. We should. And you know what's interesting? The people who have gone out to prove the moon landing have not given me any reason to believe it all the more. In fact, their attempts to try and prove it has caused me to have even more doubts than I've already had. So when Elon Musk comes along and says, hey, we're going to be launching thousands of rockets by the end of the century, basically, to get to the moon, you gotta wonder, is that a scam? I really am wondering this. Is he lying to us? I mean, he lied to us about the Cybertruck, right? I think he's somebody who's a dreamer, but when it comes down to it, he doesn't know what's actually possible. I know it. Someone's like, oh well, he's the greatest mind of our generation. No, he was a scam artist initially with PayPal and some of his other ventures. I don't think he's a genius. I think he's just like every one of us, and that's the one thing I think that we forget. People that are so high and lofty in their thinking, I think they're actually far more simple and down to earth than we think. And if you were to ask them a complex question, they can rattle off a bunch of numbers and equations, but they miss out on some of the most basic things that the average person knows. I think that we have a capacity to know so much, and we choose about where we get to place that. Are we going to put that into an understanding of science and technology? Are we going to understand relationships? Are we going to understand history and geopolitics? Are we so convinced that we can know everything and that we think that there's going to be masterminds and we just blindly accept everything they say without doubting? Now, doubting, I gotta say, there's a place for that. And who knows? It may be that all my doubts are going to be dispelled within this next 5 years. It could be. It very well could be. We could be back on the moon and everyone's like, oh yeah, I've been to the moon. Yeah, that was quite the trip. But the people that have been there, that are within living memory, are the ones that are giving me even more reason to doubt. So, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen, but something's off. And I feel like we are blindly accepting something without being critically minded anymore. And I believe we have to be critically minded because we are making cultural mistakes like allowing TikTok into our country. And we're not asking questions until it's already kind of said and done. Wait, what did he lie to us concerning the Cybertruck? The one thing that we forget, I forget a lot of stuff. So, look into the people who have had bad experiences with the Cybertruck. You're going to find a lot of very interesting things. Now, I do not ever plan to buy a Cybertruck. The reason why is because the Cybertruck is a fragile tool that is not very stable. It has a lot of bugs associated with it. And he promised, like, it's going to go a certain range, and it can't. He promises, oh, well, it's going to have the ability to be autonomous, and they are deactivating it. There's all these things he'll promise that this stuff is going to happen. We are there, and then it doesn't happen. Kind of like the Tesla bots. There's a video going around out there where somebody goes up to a Tesla bot during the presentation and asks him a question. It says, "Are you piloted?" And the Tesla bot responds with, "Oh yeah, I'm being piloted by the guy in the other room. Yeah, this is just a presentation of what could happen." They were not even real. They were all a lie. And there's enough footage out there now to kind of prove that it was indeed a lie. So Elon Musk is not completely honest with the things that he does. So I don't know, when he says that we're going to be back to Mars, when we're going to go to Mars and we're going to go back to the moon, I'm left skeptical. Because I have been hearing for years him say things that don't actually pan out. Maybe one day we'll have to do a deep dive into it, because it's actually quite fascinating. So when he says that he's going to fix all the government spending, forgive my doubt, but look, I know he can cut back. I know he has that ability. He's a smart fella in terms of that. When it comes to understanding what's possible in the physical world, I think he's so theoretical that he forgets kind of the limitations of the world. Pay no attention to the pilot behind the curtain. Yes. By the way, every robotic presentation has done that. They've done a pilot in the background. China did it. Japan did it. The US has done it. Everyone's done it. So I'm not saying that Elon Musk is somehow any worse than the rest of the people. I think that they're pioneers. They want this to work. But we got to realize some things are not meant to be. Some things cannot be. AI. You know, the Amazon store that they said it's all autonomous, and turns out it's a bunch of people in India just documenting all the purchases that were being made, so it wasn't actually AI. But they were saying this is what could happen. No way! It's egg. Greetings, Code Bisme. How are you doing? Wait, you all heard say Jeffrey returned to Mars, right? He slipped up. Now we all know where he's actually from. He is mocking our earthly tech. Oh, I claim this planet in the name of Mars. Oh, isn't that lovely? Oh. Oh, I call enigmatic egg. Ah, EG. Indeed. Now, I'm not just kind of ranting about Elon Musk or some of the other people that are involved with this whole mission to try and get us to the moon and Mars. I mean, I am mocking kind of the belief that somehow we can break the bonds of this planet that we are placed on. I mean, if you think about it, what was the Tower of Babel? It was a mockery of God and say, we will rise up and become like God. It was an attempt to try and have the creation show that we could do anything if we put our minds to it. Do you think God's going to allow us to do something like that, to try and rise up to this rise up to the heavens and, quote, replace him, so to speak. I mean, we tried to do it with a tower. And the people, all the people that I know who are on the mission of trying to get us to space, all have this weird fascination with wanting to become kind of like deity-like. So, forgive me for being filled with doubts, but I sense a Tower of Babel-like scenario kind of happening. Right now, Elon is in a gaming controversy. I saw that! Isn't that weird? I mean, talk about a guy that lies. I mean, that was so funny when he messed up. Hilarious. Do you think that we went to the moon? I don't know. Yeah, like they don't want to die. Yes, they are obsessed with wanting to become immortal. Folks, you cannot become immortal. Now, there is a moment where we believe, well, at least those of us from a Christian background believe that there is going to be a moment where mankind becomes immortal. And it's going to be hell for them. If someone offers to upload your brain to the cloud, do not do it. I believe that is a trick. That, honestly, the more I hear about it, the more I think that it might actually be the mark of the beast sort of mentality. But yeah, there's some weird things that the elites want to do. Accept your lot in life. We are going to live. We are going to die. The problem isn't trying to figure out how to escape death. We have already found it. It's in salvation. But see, the rich elites want to become their own saviors. You think God's going to allow that to happen and have them not kind of reap some sort of consequence? No. No, that won't happen. But this is why why I'm becoming, over the last 4 years, I went from being convinced that we landed on the moon to now being skeptical. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I do not go out and say, like, we're actually coordinating with aliens to have an interstellar navy that's going to invade other planets. No, I don't believe that sort of nonsense. But I do believe that mankind likes to elevate himself to the point of where he starts to believe his own lies. One of the YouTubers that I worked with called me once. He was mad because I challenged some of his beliefs. He thought that all of the success that his channel had found was because of himself. And I said, no, there's multiple people that have been involved. It's not just you. You have been very fortunate. You have been the face of things, but you are not the end-all be-all for this group. You have to learn to work with other people. And he hated that idea. He got so mad when I challenged him in that he was not the culmination of every good thing that he had experienced. He wanted to think that he was the master of his own fate. He was not. He was a very fortunate benefactor of the opportunities that were given to him. And as such, he could not imagine somebody else sharing in his glory. Now, why do I bring this up? Because there are people in the world of business and tech that do not like to be challenged. They want us to believe everything is because of them, that all good things are because of them. And that somehow, oh no, curse the AI. People want to think that somehow they can be the masters of their own future and they're in control. Whether it's life, whether it's business, I'm smart, I'm the reason why I'm successful, or you're just lucky. You're fortunate because you were the first one to get in on it. No one is ever going to find the same success that PewDiePie ever found. No one's ever going to be the next big steel tycoon. No one's ever going to be the next social media giant. Once you've done it the first time, everyone's going to start imitating you. You are not the end all be all. You are human. You have limitations. And when you do find success, it doesn't mean that you're above the rest. It just means you're fortunate. So when I see these people say that somehow they can break the bonds of this mortal life, or break the bonds of the pattern of how mankind lives, I just want to laugh about it, because they're all chasing after something that will never be attained. They want to be immortal. They want to break the bonds of this earth. And I do believe this earth is a bit of a prison in that sense. I do not think we are going to leave, because everyone who's gone to the moon has come back, if we ever did go to the moon. But I don't think that we're going to be leaving this earth necessarily, because I believe, like all restrictions, it's just not possible. I know I started rambling there a little too much, but I do find it strange that we're in a time where so much doubt is now starting to happen. And I think that's for the best. I really do. Have you checked the shop? No, I gotta check it now. There we go. We will do it right now. Oh, great. We got those silly shoes. Ugh. Who wants to wear those things? What? Those are weird dances. All to show off their fancy sneakers, I'm sure. Let's see Aang dancing to this. Is pretty goofy looking. Ah. Interesting. Marvel characters. Wait. Ah, there we go. Mecha Godzilla. Ugh. I know some people like that character. I do not. Monkey. Yeah, I like Monkey. By the way, also look at what happens with all these tech people, how they want us to think that somehow we can genetically alter people. A never-ending series of fantasies that they're trying to say, oh, well, it's just possible. We just need enough money to make it happen. Oh, great. AI nightmare. What? There's no sound to that. I guess it must be copyrighted music. Oh, that's interesting. What the? What is this character? Tanuki. Tough Tanuki bundle. That's a pretty neat character. Ugh! What? That's troubling. Golfing. Yeah, there we go. Hit him with a golf club. Oh, director's cut. Use a camera as a pick. Yeah, so different from the 90s when we had no doubt. But what was all shot but that was all shot once. When Stefani went off on her own. Teehee. Why am I the only one laughing? I wanted to see your reaction to the banana slippers and the new raccoon. Those banana slippers, let's just put it this way. I feel like you'll be slipping and splitting a lot in battle. But that raccoon character, pretty interesting looking. It looks like a tough version of Rocket. Now I know Rocket. A lot of people like Rocket from Marvel. That character is better looking than Rocket. Somehow I feel like Dad Man needs to have those banana slippers, though, to be able to go with his banana. Damn it, I got the slippers and put it on the unpeeled banana skin earlier. Yo, I get banana splitters, slippers. Yep. To do the splits. Almost as good as my no doubt joke. So why would people want us to believe? Now, I'm not saying we haven't gone to the moon. I'm just saying I'm filled with doubts. But if we have not, why would we want people to believe that we had? Like, what benefit do we get out of it? Have you ever wondered that? Now, I've heard people give all sorts of predictions as to why, and I think I actually know, because I've noticed this with mankind. Mankind has some pretty funky ways of trying to make things happen. By the way, have you looked into the world of science and technology and ever wondered to yourself, if we have all this great technology, why is everything so simple? Oh, I'm sorry, did I not explain that enough? Here, let me explain this. Explain it this way. The more I learn about science and technology, because I've been studying programming for the last couple of years now, the more I'm realizing a lot of the things that we do technology-wise is weird. It's not effective. It's simple. And it really shouldn't work. Meaning that we are not as sophisticated as we think that we are. We think that we're at this level of intelligence when we're actually down here. Our technology is way simpler than we think. So why pretend like our technology is more sophisticated than it actually is? Because then you get funding for it. That's a big part. I mean, right now, SpaceX can do several launches a day for their rockets. Sophisticated, wonderful. But yet at the same time, they still can't get us back to the moon. But they have all the funding that they need to have a massive, massive company. But also, if you're a government person, you sometimes want that to happen. Sometimes. Because in the end, you want people to be encouraged to think that it's possible. People thought that, hey, the moment that people started saying that, hey, we're going to go to the moon, and suddenly we were able to do it, it was like that can-do attitude. You believe it, and you'll be able to do it. The more I learned about that sort of mentality, the more I realized that doesn't actually work. I believe that I can make myself a studio if I just put my mind to it. Sure. Right. Great. That's not actually how it happens. But you can think that. And you can encourage people to really come out of the woodworks. Sit on a toilet. Well, I guess that's one way to make sure that you can make sure this food does its complete journey. But I gotta look at all this stuff and think, why are we so determined to have people believe that when we can't openly prove it? I think it's all for bragging rights. Honestly, I think it's gotta be for bragging rights. Say, hey, we can do this, don't you mess with us, sort of thing. I mean, if that's the case, then it's done its job, honestly. Do you see that India claims to have landed on the moon with a probe? So is China. But when you look into it, they're like, wait a minute, you don't have any proof of it. The one difference we had that China and India didn't back in the day is we had Hollywood, and now anyone can make footage of people being on the moon, so that's not proof enough. Now you have to do it more sophisticated. So I don't think that it's so easy. I mean, golly, there were people that actually thought that footage from sci-fi movies was real. I saw some people actually think that, and so I'm like, well, it wouldn't take much to trick people if we've been back there. But I'll tell you the first thing that made me start getting skeptical. It was actually something that an astronaut said a couple of years ago. He was old. He had I don't remember which one it was. Yeah, space race clout during the Cold War, exactly. But there was an astronaut. He was describing the moon, and people were saying, "Hey, we doubt that you've actually been to space." And he's like, "Of course I've been to space. How dare you question me? I am the person who was up there. I can tell you." And I remember seeing his reaction, and I thought, why would people doubt him? Because I'd grown up knowing for a fact we had gone there. But then seeing his reaction made me pause and think, why would someone respond in that way? And then he went on to describe some things that he believed about extraterrestrial life. And I thought, wait a minute. Something's off about that. That was the first seeds of doubt that was put in my mind. And then, in recent years, that was when it really took a turn. Just like this character right here. Yeah, goodbye. Take that, you AI. So what's the big new scam? I mean, the space race was the... If it really did happen, it's kind of weird, of course, that we would stop doing it. But what is the next big thing? The next big thing is AI. AI has taken over as the kind of the scam of choice. That's one of the reasons why I'm so full of doubt with what's possible with AI. It doesn't make sense to me. Something is off. I know, I've become a massive doubter, but the more I see of it, the more I'm convinced something is off about that whole technology. And I don't think it's actually real. Oh, sneak up on me again, huh? Second time somebody snuck up on me and got onto my vehicle. rats. So what would be proof that what would be a way to prove that we did go to the moon? Besides the telescope. I mean, is there a way that anybody could be convinced and say, yes, absolutely, beyond a shadow of a doubt, this is proof enough? Because I believe testimony, except when there's some suspicious things related to it. See, not everybody is truthful. Not everybody is honest. And one of the least honest people in the world, and some of the least honest people in the world, are government officials. But also at the same time, they have an authority, and they are truthful in many, many occasions. I think the more secretive a group is, the more doubtful I am of their ability to tell the truth. And maybe they do tell the truth. Maybe they all do. I take that back. The last couple of years have proven otherwise, hasn't it? Man, if ever there was a time when people have been filled with so much doubt that the kooky people start sounding intelligent, we're in that age. The government has ruined its standing tremendously. And I don't know if there's a way that they can salvage it within our lifetime. They need AI to help them fudge things. You mean like people who lie about being from Mars? Just saying. Yeah, like those people. Have you ever seen people who are... I don't know people... Well, have you ever seen somebody in a cult? Like, hardcore, they believe it, and we're not talking like, oh, I'm in the Star Trek cult. Oh, I love the movies. I love the TV show. I love all these things about Star Trek. Oh, it's so great. I'm not talking about that sort of a cult. I'm talking about somebody who has a hardcore cult of some kind. I encountered such a person, such people, back at Little Caesars. You guys have heard the story, most likely. I think everyone here was there for that. But I got to see a Salem witch. And I was troubled by even being in this person's presence. Like I said, the room actually turned dark. It was like a cloud had gone overhead. It was the weirdest thing. But I remember the people talking about how much they were... had been enamored by the ability of this person to elevate candles, because the candles were like proof that they were able to do all these magical things. They were convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt that this person could perform magic in their presence. But here's the thing. A lot of people that experience magic are deceived. Now, I do believe magic actually exists, but I don't think it exists in the way that people think it does. I mean, for those of us from a Christian background, we believe there's something demonic about it. And I think there's a reason that when we hear people that like, oh, I saw magic, it's usually for dark stuff. I was forced into a frog cult. Like the Jeff Kahn cult. Oh no. I've been around some of those unification church people. Yeah. Friday during Dataman's late night stream, they got into talking about different pizza brands and whether they would be willing to eat certain brands. I said he had to ask you about the experience working with Little Caesars. I hope he braces himself. So the people with that Salem witch were convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt that this person possessed the ability to levitate things. Now, interestingly enough, this witch could not use that power it's so far away. Could not use that power to help her make pizzas. I was like, okay, if you're really this powerful, how come you can't use your power to, like, do things for your work to make it easier? I mean, honestly, isn't that like a worthwhile question? I mean, can you imagine Salem witch? She's like, oh, I can elevate candles with my mind with this magic. Okay, are you going to do that with the pizza sauce on the pizza? I mean, it's taking you forever and a day to do your job. I could have done it within a moment. But when you meet somebody that's in a cult, in that sense, somebody that believes that somebody can do something super human or otherworldly, you got to wonder, are they deceiving themselves? Now, this all ties around to the thing about the moon landing, okay? What if, now, this is an if, because if you were to put the people's thumbs into clamps and say, hey, did this person have the ability to levitate candles? They would say yes. My friend Kodo is superhuman. So they would say beyond a shadow of a doubt that this person had magic. But of course, then there's reason to believe that that person did not have magic and they were just somehow deceiving everybody. But they were convinced and they had seen it. What if the people who are holding onto the strings are the ones that deceived the astronauts? Theoretically, of course. What if the astronauts completely believed that they had been to the moon, but everything had been deceived for them, and they were on some sort of substance, and they were not given full understanding of what's going on? Have you seen what mind-altering drugs do to people? And you gotta wonder, who knows? I'm not human, says Kodo. I'm sure he hears every time his name is said. Greetings, Kodo. How are you doing? So it's things like that that just left me with such doubt. I try and leave, but they keep giving me snacks. Oh. Huzzah. Oh. Godzilla's dead. Poor Godzilla. He never stood a chance. Actually, I want to keep that. I'm certain that bots are designated to come to this field. Target practice. There we go. That's like when I went to Israel. I'm pretty sure they just flew me over to Arizona and paid people to talk funny. All right, well, we got a bot, so we're going to get rid of the bot. Banned. There we go. Oh, that was close. Oh, never mind. It's just a bot. Could you imagine? You pay to go to a location and it's actually somewhere where they're just faking it. By the way, that's what China does to people. They actually do have some areas where they trick people. They say, hey, this is X, Y, or Z, and you think you're going to someplace special, and it's not actually real. Where's the car? There it is. Just watch out for the drinks, yeah. So if you were to trick people, they could in full conscience and say that, yes, I do believe something, that I was at a place. And the whole time they weren't actually there. I don't know if that happened. But I do know I'm so full of doubt that I can no longer just blindly accept it. It's on people of authority. It's on their burden. It's their burden of proof that they need to give. And I'm going to give it 5 years. That's what I said at the beginning. 5 years is what I'm going to give it. If we are not back to the moon within 5 years, I'm going to say it was a lie. Right now, I'm just in the question of I think something's off. Because I can't prove one way or the other. That was interesting. Didn't really do a whole lot of damage. So in 5 years, you'll hear me come out with a definitive statement, if not beforehand. And I think we'll have a very interesting point of discussing that. Just like when they filmed Mulan. Kind of. For those that don't know, they filmed Mulan in a very sketchy place. Just outside of a Uyghur concentration camp. It amazes me how much mankind likes to deceive himself. I mean, think about it like this. How many people like to say they're the best at something? Whether it's a pizza place that says, hey, best pizza in the world. Or a gamer that says, hey, I'm the best player ever. Or somebody who is who is a writer and says, I'm the best writer ever. There's a lot of people that want to say that they're the best at something. Greetings, EG wife. How you doing? I see my friends are here. Yep, we've had quite a few people coming through tonight. How are you doing? Okay, gotta go. My Martian cult leader is calling me. See ya. See ya, BR Jason. Be sure to bring back some proof of Mars travelers. I would be most curious to get to talk to some of them. How am I doing? I'm doing fine. We were on I was a guest on 2 streams this last week, including one today. Been readjusting my work schedule because right now I'm working full time again, and I'll be doing that until summer. At which point we'll go back to. I don't recognize that name. My apologies. I've noticed some people have changed their names on Epic as well. So I really don't know who's who right now. But someone contacted me a while back and said, "Hey, we offered to join a game and you didn't respond." I said, "What was your name?" And they told me their name. I said, "How was I supposed to know that?" And they're like, "Oh, well, we changed it. We just thought you know." It's like, no, of course I don't know. Have a good Monday from Kim Chakta. Yes, indeed. I don't have to bring Martians back. McDonald's already did in Mac and Me. Gotta find me some gas. Or another car. I'm back to where I started. Oh, darn it. Yeah, that's right. The gas station's on the other side. I'm not going to make it. How's the weather where you've been at? It has been windy. Oh, my goodness. I heard that there's been some pretty strong snowfall up north. Is that correct? I know that down here, most of our snow has melted. It has been such a warm wind. It's actually been really frustrating because some of us have been wanting to go skiing as of late. And we can't go skiing because all the snow has melted. The lower 48 stole our winter. That's how I put it. But yeah, we actually had like dumpsters being turned over because the wind is so strong. Like full-size dumpsters being just knocked over. I heard there's been a lot of rain. There's been a lot of rain too. Yes, that is true. Now I've not been directly in the rain area for the most part, but it did pummel us the other day. I was like, this is like being in Florida sort of rainfall. It was strong. This is not a good position. You can actually ring the bell on that. Interesting. Alright, huzzah. Now, I thought I saw another one of these swords over here. Oh, no, it's just another one of these ones. Well, at least it's 100%. That's wonderful. We had some snow. My sister is in one of the villages on the lower Yukon, and it rained there. Man, I am not... Oh, golly, it's not good. Somebody's here. Oh, hello, hello. I don't want to fight you. Really, I don't. You shouldn't be fighting in the water. It's dangerous. Oh! Somebody's got a rail gun. Gotta get out of the water. Yeah, when I was... Oh, wow, that hurt. Oh, you can turn invisible. But I'm out of here. Oh, you messed up. Oh, I messed up too. It's not good. Phooey. Oh well. Well, we're going to bring the game side to an end. We're actually going to bring up some art to end off. Most of my snow has melted in Illinois, but Monday, high of 12 and low of -9. With Tuesday is supposed to be a high of 1, low of -5. All right, here we go. We're finishing up the font from the other day. I've done enough characters, I've started vectorizing some of them. So this was the sketch of the M that I wanted to go with, and this is now the final down below. I got to do the same thing to N. It was 46 above in Fairbanks last week. That is quite warm. I think the highest that we got was in the 40s. I don't think we got into the 50s. But it has been quite a warm winter with all the wind that we have received. Of course, the lower 48, of course, has received all that cold weather from the polar vortex. I can get myself a little bit more water before we continue. Be right back. By the way, folks, if you found anything, find anything that's worthwhile, would you consider liking or disliking these streams? Feel free to comment as you so desire, but it does help. I'm not trying to become a big-time streamer. It's not my desire. But what I do want to do is try and make sure that I have the ability to reach the ears of those who need it. And if liking it can help that happen, then that'd be great. Although I do realize it's probably not necessary in many ways. But I still would appreciate it. I'll try. Bastion will try to find the button. It's somewhere around there in Twitch. Oh, wait. It's not there. Actually, I think it's time to change the music around. Let's see what other things we can put out there. I need to add some more music in here. Yeah, let's get some Donkey Kong up. Hey, perfect timing. I find it funny that some of the people that are the biggest, some of the people argue the most for the moon landings. Not to beat a dead horse here, but some of the people that advocate the most for it like to say that that things that the Bible refers to didn't actually happen. Have you noticed that? I noticed that some people, they're so scientific that anything theological like breaks their brain. They don't know what to do with it. They freeze. They're like, it's because some things like that are so illogical to them that there is no way that they can logically believe it. And people will doubt things like the presence of certain civilizations. They'll doubt the Red Sea parting. They'll doubt the that there were even certain people that existed. They're full of doubt. And then they get all upset when somebody says that they doubt that scientists put a man on the moon. Interesting, isn't it? Because it still probably could have happened. I mean, I'm willing to believe it. I mean, I was raised with it. So I do have a very strong suspicion that it actually did happen. But I would wish that they would give the same level of credence to credibility to theological matters. And they don't. Which leaves me with an increasing amount of doubts that what they have to say is true. And it might be. It might be. But I am so full of doubt now that it really is on the burden of proof is on them to figure out. You know, I actually really like that I'm going to keep that for the time being. But I do want this W to be in a different way. Oh, you know what? I do like that curve on that W, though. Is there a way to blend these two together? If someone were to come up to you and tell you that, actually, I'm going to give a little bit of defense for the moon landing for a moment by telling a story about somebody that I met. There was a guy at college who was mocked by everybody. He had some stories that were, let's just say they were out there. Things he had experienced. He had spent most of his life traveling the world. He had been in Afghanistan. He had been in Mongolia. He had gone to China, Singapore. He'd been to Europe. And when he was in the States, he was incredibly awkward. Now, we were in a group of the school that knew that he was telling the truth. Because we all had come from a similar sort of background. We all had been overseas, and we had come to realize that, you know what, we all have fascinating stories. But there were people at the school that mocked him for it. They thought he was making the whole thing up. And even a guy was like, hey, you should go talk to this fella. He is so crackers. He does not understand anything. He's such an idiot. And I went over and listened to this guy's story. I was like, he told me a story, and he was expecting me to, he looked at me with a kind of a half with some doubt and said, you don't believe any of this, do you? I said, no, I believe it. He's like, you do? I said, yeah, I've been overseas. I've seen some of the things out there. Your story is kind of par for the course for some of the people I know. And he like lit up like a light bulb. He was like, somebody finally believes me. But see, I was somebody who could actually testify to the things that were out there. I had lived it in many, many occasions. So when he told his stories, they weren't outlandish to me. They were kind of normal. But see, an American would have heard his story and immediately written him off and say he's crazy. He wasn't crazy. He was just different in that sense. He did not have a very good storytelling way. And it made it difficult for him. But it didn't make his stories any less true. But some people took that as proof that they must not be true. But if he wanted to try and prove any of it, well, good luck. Most people had not experienced the things he had experienced. So thus, no amount of convincing could have ever happened to tell his American friends what he had experienced. It took somebody who had been there with him, who had a better way to convey it, to say, hey folks, no, he really did experience stuff like this. It's not unheard of. But if you have people that cannot do that, or are not willing to do that, to help people understand, then you're left wondering, what is going on? Is there something else at work? And that's where I've gone with my doubts. Something else is at work, and I don't know what it is, or don't even know if it's true or not. And so, thus, it's the burden of proof is on someone else to try and do. And I'm not saying that somehow that they're... I'm not willing to give in to the conspiracy theorists, okay? I'm not willing to do that. But nor am I willing to just blindly accept that something happened anymore. I'm going to have to wait and see. And if they cannot prove, well, I can't say that I didn't give them the benefit of the doubt. You know, when I was at school, I was not allowed. Well, I had a very bad experience my first semester at school. I know I've told this story before. A very bad experience. I was in my first class, and I found out the hard way that even at a Christian school, I was not allowed to question science. Have you ever seen videos out there? People who shout science almost like it's a magic word. They'll take water. They'll go out into super cold air and they'll throw it up in the air and shout science, and then the water turns into snow in the air. It's almost like a magic word. They're crazy people. And I do believe they're crazy. They're intelligent, but they're crazy. Because they have started to worship science. Science is no longer a tool. It's no longer something that God made that they are utilizing. It is now a form of mysticism. As such, I am done treating it as if it's all proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. Because the moment that you start doing that, you lose me. Science and math are tools. They will always be tools. And people who start to treat it as if it is some sort of entity, as if it's a sort of deity, you gotta wonder what is going on in their minds. Because something is deeply troubling about people that act with stuff like that. If you go out and you perform a science experiment, you don't need to shout, "Science!" And I am mocking that because I've heard that so much in the past. I was at college and I would see students say they get all ecstatic, "Science!" And then my first semester, my very first professor starts condemning anybody who believed the Bible. A school that would have students that would get enamored with science to such a degree it was like they were having fits, you could say. And then you have a professor who says that beyond a shadow of a doubt, there is no such thing as Moses. There's no such thing as a great flood. There's no such thing as all these things that the Bible mentions about. And I'm like, yes, there is. Yes, these things happen. I believe the Bible. How dare you believe the Bible? It's like, well, how dare you question it? Okay, I didn't say that, but I said the Bible is provable, and I will go about trying to defend it. And the professor decided to make a scene. And I ended up having to transfer schools at the end of that semester because things got so out of hand. That professor lost her mind. And she was ecstatically trying to get rid of me. To the point where I had my advisor come in, call me into his office one day, and he said, you know, we've been investigating this for months now. I just want to say I am so sorry about this. This should not have happened. I looked at it and was like, okay, well, what's going to happen? Are you going to mention this to the professor who's been making the scene? It's like, oh, no, we can't do that. We're going to just send you away. We want you to leave. Wait a minute. You want to get rid of me, but you just admitted the professor's the one in the wrong. Well, we can't get rid of the professor. So, so we both had very different worldviews. The professor had a very much a scientific worldview, and I had a very theological worldview. They clashed. We would never see eye to eye. And I noticed with science, I don't doubt that science happens, but I'm not going to worship it like what some of the people I saw did. I thought they found scientific evidence that the flood did happen. You are right, Jess. And I was, yeah. You know, it is fascinating. Within like the last 2-3 years, people have finally admitted, you know, there was a global flood. But now they can't figure out how it happened. It's like, you know, the Bible wrote about it. Folks, every religion talks about a flood. I mean, you think that these people just came up with it? No, it actually happened. Now, what was the prompting of it? Now, the religions can't agree. That's why I still believe the Bible when it mentions about how the flood happened. I still believe it. I think there's been ample evidence of that as well. But the professor didn't believe it. The professor doubted all these things. And, you know, the professor thought that she was a genius, thought that she understood everything. And in the end, only showed that she was vindictive and bitter. What do you do if someone attacks you for something like that? Now, I learned over the years that is my lot. I've been accused multiple times of in very false ways. And that was my first time of getting hardcore accusations. And it has happened like 5 times. I've lost track of it. I have it written down because I write down every last one of them. Like, what is going on? But you know what I find interesting? Every one of them is about theology in one way, shape, or form. Doing something that is right versus doing something that is wrong, or admitting to, or trying to hold to the gospel when somebody wants to hold to a science textbook, when someone wants to try and get ahead in life, and I just want to do what is right and be kind to my neighbor. Every situation has started with either a theological or moral question. College, Disney, college again. See, there were never scandals. It wasn't like, oh, this person was caught cheating. It wasn't stuff like that. It was, this person is holding to a value that we don't like. That is what caused all these things. And it's so frustrating. But see, I believe it was for a reason. They'll say climate change did it. Yep. And you know, it's interesting. Now they're actually saying that there's proof that it rained like constantly during the whole time. Isn't that fascinating? If you have to hold your own when other people are full of doubt, it's not bad. It's not bad if you have to hold the line and no one else will. It's honorable. It means you're doing what's right when others are not. And maybe you'll inspire someone else along the way. Now, you can get disheartened. I will say that. I got disheartened a lot during that time. There was like times that I thought that I was... Okay, I'm not going to go into like all the ins and outs, but there were actually a couple times where I actually was trying to find a way to start dating. And I couldn't do it because I was so engrossed in the problems that were happening around me. There were times that I wanted to work on projects that I was all ready to go forward with, and I was so beaten down by the scenarios that I was surrounded by. There were events that were taking place with friends of mine that I wanted to go and participate in, and I couldn't because I was so overwhelmed with the frustrations. Golly, even some close friends. I did not respond well one day. They were just trying to be nice and trying to make me feel engaged and involved in their world, and I lashed out at them verbally and just walked out on them. And they were like, "What did we do?" And they were panicked, actually, and they're like, "What happened?" And they were beside themselves, and I didn't realize it, but they also didn't know what was going on. And so I wish I had not responded in that way, but sometimes you respond in a way that you're like, well, you know what? Was that the best way to go about it? Absolutely not. Is it understandable? Yeah, but it still should not have gone about in that way. I know if my roommate now, my last roommate that I had back at college, if he was to hear me say even just my doubts about things in science, he would disown me right then and there. I do not doubt that. Some people, that's too much. And all I ask is that for people that are in that sphere of where they're like, hey, you know, we believe the science. Okay, fine. I don't have a problem with that. Just make sure that if you believe in the science, to not write God out of it. God should have priority in it. He made your science. And if you want your science to be the best that it can be, probably need to honor the creator who made that science. That's all I ask of the scientific world. Now, I do realize that most scientists are not Christians. Most scientists don't have any faith whatsoever. I think that's probably by design. But if you really want to anger somebody, tell them that you believe Scripture and you doubt the science textbook. You believe history and you doubt the science textbook. Oh my goodness, watch them throw a fit. It's actually kind of funny when you think about it. Okay, now I can merge these shapes together. Now, I have no idea if this is going to work, but I want to give it a try. It's just not bad. I mean, I still prefer the other one, but this kind of fits with the theming of this a little bit better. Now, the other letter that I needed to change was the Y. Those are the main letters that I was requested. Change that. And the S. Oh, yeah, the S needs to change too. Actually, I kind of like how this one turned out. Won't refer to that one. So if you were to be asked the question of, now I'm going to step on some real, step on toes here. I don't know if anybody in the audience if this would be stepping on toes, but I know that I was talking with some folks earlier today, actually, that this would be stepping on toes. Did human beings evolve from monkeys? Or apes, or whatever you want to say. Did we evolve from an animal? Now, I learned early on in life the creation worldview. I do not believe mankind evolved. I do believe evolution takes place, but not macroevolution, microevolution. Cat becoming another cat just with stripes, becoming another one with spots, that sort of evolution. But a cat doesn't become a dog, sort of thing. If you challenge that worldview in our modern culture, that doesn't go over very well. Now, I know our culture is very strongly in the evolution category. Very strongly. In fact, I know many Christians that are convinced that it was evolution, but you can't believe in evolution and the Bible at the same time. That's where faith comes in. Faith doesn't necessarily make sense to everybody. But it still is there. If you look at the fossil record, you'll find squirrels alongside dinosaur bones. If you look at mankind throughout the ages, he's still mankind. You look at a monkey, it's still a monkey. They do not really cross over. Now, there's a video that exists out there where scientists were like, oh, well, we know that obviously these creatures crossed and monkey became a man. And I watched as they took a fossil and they took a Dremel to it on a video, completely convinced they were doing the right thing. Taking a Dremel and destroying the bone. Okay, it was actually a plaster cast, but destroying the bone to try and prove it was one way or the other, to prove their theory. They were so desperate for it to be real, they forged a lie. So when I see things about space and people saying, oh, well, we know that people landed on the moon or whatnot, I look back at the past and say, but you were willing to forge a lie by using a Dremel on bone casting to prove a theory that is unprovable. Why should I believe that you actually did all these scientific marvels when you are willing to do something like that? Now, I know not every scientist is going to do that. But the fact that they actually did that and promoted it in a documentary, it's like, wow. Crazy. We'll go with the old Y. But these are good questions to have to ask. Greetings, Waika. Things are going well up here. It's been a productive day. How are things with you? I'm excellent. Wunderbar. Let's see here. I'm in Texas and cold. Yeah, I keep telling everybody you guys stole our winter. We have had massive winds up here. And all of our cold air has been blown out of the state. It's actually been blowing all the way through the Yukon and going south to you guys. You're so selfish. Why do you have to take our winter? Of course, someone could say, why are you so selfish for not wanting to share your winter? Because everything is better in Texas. I beg to differ. Your salmon isn't nearly as good as ours, and our moose are better than your lack of moose. And our polar bears are better than your bears. And our crabs, oh, our king crabs are more king than any of your king crabs. And we even have wild cattle that we have to round up every now and again. Well, I don't eat salmon anyway. You don't know the great flavor of salmon. What a tragedy. Well, you are in a very little state, so sometime you'll have to go venturing outside of your little state's boundaries and come up and visit us up here. I try. Texas, we don't know how to cook that stuff. I mean, it's basically throwing on a grill. That's all you need to do. Nothing too sophisticated. By the way, our salmon population has not been doing so well the last couple of years. There's some weird overfishing that's taking place, but not by Alaskans. By some other entities that are outside of the country, possibly. Red meat here. What I really mean is I want red meat. Hey, salmon's red meat. It's delicious red meat. It's not like that garbage, like, catfish that you guys have down there. Salmon is, delicious. Salmon's actually like one of the best types of fish you can have. It's right up there with tuna. You know, something I haven't really tried though is moose. A couple people have had moose available, but it's not really like something that you're like have a whole lot of opportunities to go out and sample. At least if you're in like my circles. But you have plenty of time to go out and taste salmon. That's good. We like our bottom fish. Hey, those fish are made for eating the garbage and the waste of the rivers. Those things aren't actual fish. They're like they're probably more closely related to like frogs or salamanders because, you know, they're slimy. They don't have scales on them. They're completely worthless fish. And you need something that is a hardy animal that goes out and hunts for its food. And when it comes back, it gladly jumps into your net because it wants you to eat it. See, you all want to go hand fishing for your catfish. See, we have to fight the ocean to get our fish. I mean, sure, our fish are a little bit smaller, but you know, they put up a pretty good fight. I'm sure fish do that on purpose. Hey, I mean, you put the net out there and they jump in the net. Did you call a fish red meat? If that was the case, salmon would be banned from me during Lent. Salmon is a red meat. It is quite a tasty red meat. Now our halibut is white meat, but I'm not as much of a fan as halibut as I used to be. The more that I had of red meat, the more I was like, you know what? I prefer this over top of the bottom feeders. Turns white when it's cooked. Yeah, see, ours turns even redder when it's cooked. You know, I've only been to Texas a single day. I didn't spend a whole lot of time there. I really do wish I had gotten a chance to go there. But it was not meant to be. And so one day, I hope to actually make a legitimate visit to the state. But that might not be for a while. No idea when that will take place. Because that would require me to have the funds to actually go out and do it. Right now I'm going back and fixing all my letters right now. It's got a bit of a problem with some of these things not being consistent. Oh, maybe I was thinking chicken. If you ever get to come to Texas, I hope you get to spend time here. Yeah, if I ever get to go down there, but that would require me to actually have the funds and the game plan of what to do when there, because I don't want to go down and, you know, end up doing like this typical tourist stuff. I want to actually see something of the state in a meaningful way. And for that, I kind of feel like I need a car to go driving across the state. And that would make it even more expensive. But again, maybe one day. When I'm rich and famous. Oh wait, no, that probably won't happen. I'm far too low-key for that to happen. All right. There's a couple of people I joke with about Texas all the time because, you know, if you cut Alaska in half, Texas would be the third largest state in the Union. And then, lo and behold, I found out that if, theoretically, if we were to receive Greenland as a state, well, suddenly Alaska's in trouble because if you cut Greenland in half, Alaska would be the third largest state. And so suddenly, dang, that wouldn't turn out so well. And suddenly I couldn't have a bragging right anymore. So I went from wanting to have Greenland as part of the country to suddenly, wait a minute, then we lose our bragging right. Well, I was born and raised, locals know best. I can be your tour guide. See, I'm a dreamer too. Yes, but most of Alaska is not habitable, right? Nah, most of it is. It just takes some effort. Now, if you want to try and live on top of the mountains, that's the only place you really can't live. God, even the Aleutian Islands, once upon a time, actually had a substantial population. We tend to forget about that. But there were actually tens of thousands of people that lived out there before the Russians relocated them. By the way, it was a pretty brutal thing, actually. Russia was not nice to those people. Horrible series of events that took place with them. I always learn stuff when I come to your streams. Well, we were actually over on Dadman's stream recently, and it was all about the Aleutian Islands, during which we actually covered some, just scratching the surface off of what it is like out there. And it is really a fascinating study. And so we did a deep dive, a 3-hour discussion on the Aleutian Islands. Poor Dadman. I could tell he probably got very tired towards the end of it. I know he was enjoying it, but I went on for way too long. I enjoyed it though, so hopefully hopefully people got something out of it. This right here, by the way, is me attempting to make a font, and it's been quite the experience. I've not been super efficient with this. I've learned a lot along the way. I feel like I need to unify some of these elements a little bit better, but I think this is about as much of unification as I'm going to be able to do. Okay. Let's delete some of this right here. It'll make it a little bit easier. Okay, now let's try and merge these together. Now we'll take this and bingo. Much appreciated, Jess, for sharing that. That was a good, fun discussion, like I said. One of the things that we learned about was Explosion the dog. A dog that survived after being captured during when the Japanese attacked the Aleutian Islands. And then the Japanese adopted the dog, and then the Japanese had to pull back, and then the dog was left behind, and so the Americans got the dog back. So we actually mentioned a little bit about Explosion as well as the battle where Canada tried to turn on the USA. Oh wait, no, that was actually the fog of war that caused them to want to fight each other. So they actually thought each other was the Japanese, and so they ended up opening fire, and it was a bloodbath. It did not turn out well. I still think it was Canada testing the waters to see how weak and frail our troops were so they could plan their invasion of Alaska. You know, I kind of like that one better. Let's grab that one as the base. Okay, let's bring it over here so I can have it isolated. And now let us correct that. All right, let's grab this. Bingo. Let's refine this, and then we will use this one to copy across all the other ones. One of the challenges of being a late night streamer is that it's kind of hard for people to stumble upon your stream. But someone was talking with me about this, and he mentioned about, because it was just this last week, which is why I'm bringing this up. He mentioned about, you are doing late nights. Isn't that like not very beneficial for trying to get views? And I said, well, you also do realize I talk about things that are kind of deep, and they wouldn't do very well for daytime streams anyway, and so it kind of works out one way or the other. And one of the things that, though, because of being a late night streamer, I haven't had a chance to go and visit and participate in some streams like I used to, like with Dadman. I used to jump in on streams like that all the time. In fact, there was a time when I was jumping onto other people's streams 2 to 3 times a week. No longer. That's because of the late night nature of everything around here. But it's not bad to not have that sort of that growth potential. And I was reminded about that recently because I saw somebody realizing that he couldn't really say some things. And we're not talking like freedom of speech sort of stuff. Oh, I can't say this or that because I'm going to be censored. No, it was because his audience wouldn't take it. Now, I know I've said some things that I can see. I know when I've crossed a line and some people can't stand it because suddenly the view numbers plunge. And it happens at very specific times. And it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me because one of the things that we have around here is that the people who usually are regulars, they're very engaged. They're very thoughtful people. They're deep thinkers as well. And so when you have that sort of culture around the streams, it makes doing the late night ones not so hard, not so difficult. Originally, it was a bit of a strain for me. I did not want to do the late night stuff. I wanted to do things that were earlier in the day. But yet, lo and behold, as time has gone on, this has worked out quite well. Maybe honestly, I did have someone say, hey, you need to go to a daytime slot. I'm like, well, first off, physically, I can't. But also, I didn't need it anymore to happen. I was just willing to take what kind of came my way and say, you know what? Right now is the time for this to take place, and sometimes it's not. And I'm not going to try and insist that things happen the way that other people have them happen. As such, I've gotten to see some people who did have bigger streams who have not fared so well over the last couple of years. They're starting to sense the shift in kind of the streaming culture. And while they're in kind of a limbo phase of trying to figure out what to do, I'm like, well, we're still pressing on. We've had the same numbers ever since we began. It hasn't really gone down. I mean, it hasn't really gone up in necessarily either, but it hasn't gone down and had any issues. And honestly, I've been very grateful for that. A lot of people don't get that sort of experience. They are left clamoring to try and get a certain view count up. And for us, it's like, oh, some people have time tonight. Great. Other people can't sleep. Great. No, not great. I wish that people had the ability to sleep, but we're there for those that can't sleep. And you know what's interesting? This doesn't happen a whole lot, but I've actually noticed that there's been the occasion when people are troubled and they'll come over here. In that sense, we're kind of a place for, you could say, stream refugees, so to speak. No, we're not here for the TikTok people, okay? TikTok refugees are not real. But it is interesting to see that difference from one stream to the next. And it's amazing how God sets things up and how you end up unintentionally stumbling into something and you don't recognize its importance until much later. We've been doing this now for almost 3 years. And you know what? We've never really seen a surge in growth, but we've seen a constant presence of impact. And for that, I am grateful. That's the higher power working in mysterious ways. Exactly, Waika. Wait a minute. There was a fella that came over to the streams a couple of years ago, and I can say this one because I've not seen him since. Okay, so don't worry, you won't recognize the person anyway. But he came over for a short time, and he mentioned some things that were that he was struggling with. And you don't know what sort of words you're going to say that's going to impact somebody. I don't know if I said anything to help him or make things more difficult. But you know what I can say? I've been doing this now long enough to know that it's not my position to know what the outcome of all this is going to be. The most important thing is just to try and speak truth and let God work in whatever way he wants with that truth. There have been a few people, like I said earlier, that come here as like stream refugees. We had a lot of people early on that were stream refugees. They had been burned in one way, shape, or form on other communities or platforms. And they saw something where things were stable around here, and they felt able to kind of refresh themselves. And then they went back, or they moved on. They're not meant to be here forever. They're meant to be here for a time. Like I say over and over again, I want people to eventually leave the world of the internet and embrace real life. Because real things happen on the internet. But I want to always be a voice to remind people that after they've healed, after they've been able to kind of reset, to try and embrace their local community first and foremost. That's one of the reasons why we tried the community building sort of ideas. I know they're not super successful from what I would like them to be, but it's like the idea that I want it to happen. Whether or not it does actually happen is honestly not in my hands. But we're going to keep pressing on regardless, trying to make it a possibility. And we'll see over time if it actually pans out. But so this guy that came over a couple of years ago, he mentioned getting verbally accosted on a stream. He shared a link with me to what it was. And I went over while he was messaging me and started watching as this guy was being torn to shreds verbally on a stream. I was dumbfounded. It's like, it was the most off-color, evil sort of comments. And it was a game to them. And they spent an hour, I looked at the time, they had been spending an hour and a half tearing to shreds this one guy that they barely knew. And people in the chat were either mocking and joining in on the fun or saying, "Stop, what are you doing?" They got kicked off of YouTube. And they went to another platform. One that was a bit more free speech, to carry on their bashing. in doing so, they did one thing that was, yeah, psychopaths. That's exactly what it was. This guy was emotionally broken off of that. I don't know if how much you've been watching on the internet, but usually, now, okay, this doesn't apply to everybody. A lot of people who stream are psychologically broken. They're mentally broken in some way, shape, or form. And if you get somebody who comes along and verbally destroys somebody, it snaps in them, and they don't know what to do. A couple of people take extreme measures. I pity them, because people that are on the web honestly need some help. But they don't need help in a mocking way. They need help in a loving, caring way. Someone reaching out a hand and saying, I see you're struggling. Let me help you back up to your feet, and let's walk a while together until you find your footing again. That's a better way to go about it. Empathetic, yes, precisely. But that's not the internet. And there's a lot of people, they laugh about it. They're like, yeah, we like the toxic internet. Do you? No, you like it because you're not on the receiving end. And you know the guy that was on the receiving end that one day that reached out to me? He was one of the people that not 6 months prior had been bashing people. But he mellowed out over several months. And that was when, after he had mellowed out, that's when the attacks came. And it's like, wow. So he was broken because a lot of bad things had happened to him. And so he was starting to wake up. And then that happens. He's not the only one that has happened to, by the way. There's been other people as well. Not as visual as that one was, but some pretty close ones. Bullies are usually compensating, yeah. There's truth in that. But also at the same time, there's just an evil spirit in them. They get a kick out of it. It's fun to them. I remember there was a guy who was a bully to me in a cyber way. Glad the Lord intervened. Yeah. Sometimes the intervening is perfectly timed. Sometimes I feel like God allows you to experience something so you learn the hard way. That's what happened to me. For me, my kind of experience was to where my help came way after the fact of the damage being done. Now, remember I said most people online are hiding from something, they're running from something, they have something that's haunting them, or any number of things. I got my own problems that I'm dealing with. I got my own things that I'm having to look out for. But you know what? A lot of that was because I was on the receiving end of cyberbullying. And let me tell you what, there are consequences. There are consequences when somebody does that. And you don't know it until you've experienced it. And then you're like, hokey smokes, this is bad. And for all this time, I thought it was just a bunch of people that were being like pansies about it. They're like, oh, you're just a wuss if you can't take it. No, there's something dark about all this. And you learn that firsthand, and you're like, it changes everything. The lights get switched on, and you're like, I'm surrounded by demons. Okay, so to speak. But a lot of people online, they do give themselves over to a lot of very dark thoughts. A lot of very dark sort of ideas. And then when it pans out, well, you start to realize who their master is. For sure you get tested, yes. Getting tested is not Based upon how the web behaves, you would think that it was. You would think it was one of the worst things in the world to be tested. And it's going to happen. You can't change that. But I remember being told by somebody who claims to not be easily swayed by people bullying him. He was like, "Oh, I'm so tough. I'm capable of dealing with all these things. You guys are just a bunch of pansies." And then somebody challenged him, and he snapped. And he went from being, "Oh, I'm the tough guy. I deal with all these trolls online. You guys have no idea the sort of links that I go to have to deal with these people." And then the moment somebody calls him out, he got mad. Oh, he got mad. And it's kind of the realization that, you can put up a good front. You can deceive everybody into thinking that you have it all together. But in the end, if you're snapped that easily by a comment, well, you never were that stable to begin with. But he could not take it. I remember just seeing that look of anger in his eyes, because I did get to see him face to face in that sense, and realizing, you know what? You talk a big game. You're just like the rest of us. And words are powerful. You're proving it right now, because you can't take the bullying that you were so ready to shill out to everybody else. And the moment it comes for you, you're like, this is not fair. Well, we get Trump for president tomorrow. Indeed. Isn't it amazing how quickly the world has been changing in the last few weeks? Man, it's like everything's been turned on a dime. It's a new world. Question is, are we still going to have to deal with a lot of the fallout of the tensions built up over years? I don't know. Heaven help us. We're not out of the woods yet. And there's some things that deeply trouble me about all these things kind of taking place right now. And there's some things that I look at and think, okay, we got a long ways to go before we're ready to kind of face some of the challenges that riding the boat is going to bring about. Some of those people, I think, are already in the inner circle that are causing problems. Or if not already causing problems, they could cause problems. We don't know. I'll have to wait and see. One thing I do know is that the next few years are going to be quite something to behold and to live through. I hope that we see civility return. Because that's one thing that we do not seem to have a grasp on, a concept of civility and mercy. There will be some, but I think he is being more strategic in his choices. True. There are some, though, some that I'm not so certain about. But maybe my fears are overblown. We will find out soon enough. Civility has been missing for some time. A lot of people are kind of want civility to end. They're like, you know, we just kind of want to have a brawl, so to speak. Like, folks, you do know, for us to right the ship, that means everybody's going to have to lose something. You're not going to get everything that you want. You're going to have to learn to work together again. There's some things I'm not looking forward to having to compromise on. There's some things I also will not compromise on. And those ones, those are the ones I see people compromising on. And that's where I'm like, ay. So I'm just going to hold my breath and watch. And hope and pray that things turn out well. But I do believe some things are turning out well. No one's perfect. He will have some follies, yeah. My breath and watch. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Are we here? Okay, we're back. Well, interesting. The moment I try and bring up something that is fascinating about the new year, I almost lose connection. Okay, phew. Okay. So the Aurora happened on the we're back. Oh, there you are. Okay, yeah. Feels like something was attacking the stream here. Who knows? Because I have something interesting to show you. So I just finished celebrating New Year's. It was just after midnight. It was like midnight 05 or something like that. And stepped out of the house. I was a bit discouraged. And I was like, will this next year actually turn out well? Because the last couple of years, what has happened? Every year for the last like 5 to 10 years, every year has gotten worse in one way, shape, or form. Something has happened to cause everything just to dip again and again. And I look up in something, and I was about ready to drive away, and I look up and the sky lit up. I rushed out of my car to start taking photos because the northern lights, of which I have never seen, despite having lived in Alaska, I have never seen them any more than a wisp in the sky. I took a photo, and this is what I saw. What does that look like? You know what? Before this, right now, this looks like a dove, doesn't it? Seconds beforehand, it had looked like an angel. It was perfectly symmetrical when I first saw it. And you know what? I'm not someone to just immediately assume that there is a sign given. Naturally, I don't usually default to that. This is about as much of a sign as I feel like I've ever received. And I took other photos of that night, but none of them were as clear as that one came out. So will the ship right? Well, as much as human beings are able to be righted, because we're an incredibly fallen creature. But you know what? I'm not filled with discouragement anymore. Because I realize, you know what? Regardless, Mankind can mess up over and over again. But God is watching over us. And if we adhere to His standards, I believe we will start to see a course correction. And we will start to see some restoration taking place. Get signs when you need them, not when you want. Yep. So I don't know what to expect for this year, but I'm not dismal about it. I'm not discouraged and assuming that's just going to be bad. I don't think it's going to necessarily right in a moment. But it is interesting how, after many years, for the first time, I'm like, I look forward to what 2025 has in store. I was hoping to get more of these letters done tonight, but we got 1, 2, 3, 4. But I kind of need to bring this to an end. I'll have to do some more of this tomorrow because I need to finish this. The client needs these letters done, and I'm stalling way too much. So tomorrow I'll make sure to make this the priority of that. I am off on Monday, so there will be a stream on Monday as well. But we're going to be wrapping things up tonight. The Twitch side only has one, so we're not going to raid over there. The Rumble side, though, I don't know if there's art, so we're going to take a quick look. If there's somebody doing art, then yes. Otherwise, oh, wait a minute. There's actually one other person that might be worth raiding if he is actually out there. No, he's not. He's not. Okay, so I don't even think that will be happening. So good to see you on. Well, much appreciated. We'll be doing art and animation tomorrow primarily. Just so you all know, we do have a couple of projects that are nearing completion. Well, I won't say that. They're nearing a first draft stage. When that comes out, I don't know what it's going to look like, which is kind of weird because it's the writing of it. So I don't know what the final product is going to be. But either way, I have my first product I've been working on, and when it is ready, I'll be showing you all it. I was hoping to get it done over the Christmas break. I was unable to, so I'm going to try to get a little bit further. Now, here's something that I will mention. I had the same plan last year, and it never came to completion. Well, not exactly. It actually did. It just didn't get to a refined stage. So this is the second attempt on the same idea, and this one got way further. So I hope to get at least another 10% of it done over this next week. And then afterwards, we will have to see if I can get it to a completion by the end of the month. I doubt it. But we do have something else coming up, because that thing's kind of wishful thinking, but we do have something else. Later on this month, at the last Friday of this month, we are going to be doing a 3D group stream with several 3D artists. If you know 3D artists that want to be involved, be sure to reach out. I don't know how many people are going to show up, but it's going to be like kind of like a sort of a competition where there's no real prize, but it's more like just for the fun of it. It's a chance for you to show your artwork. Hey, guy who lives in Alaska. Would you recommend it? Greetings, Adam. Yes, Alaska's a nice place. It's not as bad as people make it out to be on media. In fact, most of the time, it is just beautiful weather. If you like the idea of living in England or Scotland and you think, oh, that would actually be pretty nice, but you think Alaska's too cold, think again, because Alaska is very, very similar to those places. But rather than just getting cold winter without snow, we get cold weather with snow, depending on where you're located. But anyway, those are the two things to look forward to. I really need to get like banners all set up for this stuff. Like here's the 3D art competition that we're going to be doing on Friday. Here's the product. I'll try and do that this next month. I need to start doing that again. I did do it for a while, but anyway. Squishy Banana on Rumble is a 3D guy. Squishy Banana. Let me type that in. Squishy Banana. Might have to look into that. All right. I am following that fella so I can go over and chat sometime when he's live and ask him about it. But much appreciated for that. Rumble needs to give us a calendar. That's a good point. That would be nice. Right now I have a Discord calendar, but my Discord calendar I have not been keeping up to date. I used to keep it updated every single week. And I got lazy with it, mostly because I had to cancel so many things because something would always come up. And I just got discouraged with it. It's like nothing ever pans out. And so I just let it go. But I do need to do that. What I honestly need to do is I probably dedicate a certain amount of time every week to planning stuff out again like I used to. But right now, life is just a bit busy. But we do also have an animation coming out sometime soon. I am in the process of rendering it, and it is this character right here. It is for Castercraft. If you don't know what that is our animation channel, of which I'm still waiting for the Rumble platform to favor stuff like that. But maybe one day it will actually happen. This is the project right here. Where is it? Where is it? It is right here. There we go. There we go. And latest render. It's this scene right here. So this is the short that I need to actually spend the rest of the evening getting set up for the next render. This will be out soon-ish. I can't make schedules anyway. Exactly. Something always comes up. Yes. Yes, indeed. That happens far too often. And for stuff like this, I was hoping to get this done last October, and it is still in the render queue, trying to get things refined. But anyway, this is going to be the focus of my efforts towards the latter part of this month, as well as the story that I'm going to get underway, as well as the art stream. So yeah, we got a lot of stuff before we close out the month. Anyway, I got to get going. I got to get this render up and running. We'll be back tomorrow night. Right now, I think I see somebody who is live. Let me double check that he's actually active, because we're going to try this raid stuff, which we haven't done a Rumble raid for a while. Videos don't do amazing here, but streams are pretty decent. That is indeed true. Also, wait. Another person. Okay, wait a minute. We have Gauge MP5. Greetings, North Carolina native. How are you doing, sir? Yes, good to see see you again. It was over on Daramuth's stream earlier yesterday. And you got to hear me mention all sorts of things about how much I hated TikTok and whatnot. Oh, greetings, Zukobi. I subscribed. Mine doing the same. Possibly. Let me close things out, and I'll be sure to check it. But much appreciated. Hopefully, you find something interesting in your time around here. Kind of weird. We suddenly got a whole bunch of people that showed up just as I say we're about ready to close out. My, that is indeed quite something. All right, so we got that there. We're looking for 3D artists, folks. So if you are a 3D artist or you are interested, we're going to be having a competition in about 10 days or something like that. It's going to be a Friday night stream, and we're going to make a promotion for that later on. Hopefully tomorrow I'll start promoting it, but we need to figure out some folks for it. This is the second time this has happened, by the way. The first time was a lot of fun. It was spontaneous, out of the blue, and we're like, hey, this is a good idea, and so we're going to try to do a spruced up version of the impromptu competition that took place last month. Happens to me every time. Yes. All right. Let us go back to over here. Skip that ad. We're seeing if we can raid over here. We are across 3 platforms, folks. If you wouldn't mind liking things before we close out, that would be much appreciated. Okay, we can't go over there, so never mind. We're not able to raid that spot. If you know a place that we can raid, I would much appreciate the suggestion. This is for the Rumble side. We're not raiding on the Twitch side. We're raiding on the Rumble side. I'm not seeing anybody live. Anybody live that is doing something that is in the spirit of what we've been doing over here, which is either art or gaming. I mean, there's plenty of gaming, but I want to make sure, it's civil gaming. So I don't like rating that stuff a whole lot. Kind of running out of options here. I'm looking, but everything I go to is just not panning out. Art. Civil gaming, yes. Meaning that we don't curse each other out. I know, it's high demand, so to speak. All right. Micah gave a link. We'll do it. Okay. Give it a shot. Much appreciated, folks, for coming by. And for those that followed tonight, I really do appreciate it. Hopefully you do find something of worth around here. I am a rambler, and you will find that in these streams I go all over the place. Tonight we went into some pretty heavy stuff. I know, late night stuff where you're going to go over all this heavy sort of discussion points. Not a super common thing for people to do, but I like to still do it all the same. All right, we got the raid all set up. Have a very pleasant evening and morning, everybody. Just a reminder, be civil to one another, and we will see you all next time. Let's go on over and say hello to Dan in the Dirt. And we hopefully will see you tomorrow or whenever. We will appreciate your time whenever you have. Until next time, folks, have a very pleasant evening. Starting the raid. And to the rest of you out there, thank you for coming by. Have a very pleasant evening.